for it. And when he has his holes or weaknesses that might show up, he will make sure that he gets every single point that is available.
All right, Ed, in terms of another male in this competition, Roman Krinikov, ever since he's made his way over to the United States, has battled for podiums pretty much everywhere he's been. Last year he finished in 5th, but he's started the year off pretty well. What are you seeing with Roman?
I mean, another household name in the world of functional fitness. He's just at every comp, and he always performs. Last year, he had a busy competition season. He finished with 5th place in the season ranking. Kind of had a bit of an up and down year, finishing with the finals in 10th place, but starting at 8th. But then also took Tour's top 2 with a victory. That's massive. When I talk about consistency, he's one of those guys that maybe never takes a top spot in an event, but he's always in and about that top 5. Cool stat for someone who finished so well last year and for someone so good. No event wins last year. You will always see him up there. I will also say one other advantage for Roman, he's already locked in his ticket to the games. So he's got a whole year ahead of him now. I imagine he's laser focused on Tour's top 1, Tour's top 2, and re-locking in that pro card for next year.
All right, so let's take a look at the rest of the signed pros, 20 men as well. Annie, when you start to look at this list and you think about this weekend, who's an individual you're going to be watching this weekend?
Well, there's a lot of guys on there that we're going to be keeping our eye on, obviously, but we have to talk about Pat Vellner. He has said that this is going to be his last year competing.
year, like you said, Andy, missing one snatch. How many people can pass and such? The field is so tight this year. And then you throw on top of that, it's event one or two stop one. Nerves are high. Everyone's a little bit anxious. And then you throw in a work like this to kick off the year. And maybe there's a bit of PTSD from last year as well.
Absolutely.
For some athletes. Yeah, it's a really exciting way to start the weekend.
All right, it's time for the favorite part of our show. We're going to give out our picks, and we're going to start with the men. I'll go first. I'm going to go with Chandler Smith on this one because I know he spent a lot of time in the offseason building up his aerobic capacity again. He did it last year. I want to see if he can get to that next level.
I love your pick for this one. I am going to go with a young guy, Ty Jenkins. I think he has great running capacity, and I don't think the bar is going to be a struggle.
Look, I think this athlete is going to come out of the gate hot, and my pick is Roman. I think it is a gritty workout, and it's got his name all over it.
Okay, I'm going to go easy. I'm going to pick last year's champ, James Sprague. It's a longer workout. Like Annie said, he's a great pacer. He's good at all three modalities, and he's just got that cool, calm, collected head on him. That workout won those nerves. Those aren't going to phase him. So James Sprague, he's my pick.
All right, on the women's side of things, I'll start first. I was looking for someone who I thought could do well on all three of the movements. I'm going with Ariel Lowen as my pick.
I am going to go with a little bit of a different pick for the women. I am going for the squat here. I'm going to say Olivia Kerstetter might be able to take the win on this one. At least she is going to do well on it, with the run being on a treadmill, and the squat is going to be fast for her.
Good choice, Annie.
I have to go with Laura on this one. This is right in her wheelhouse. Very strong runner, but also rock solid overhead and grip onto those toes to bar all day long.
Okay, well, I'm not going to pick the same picks. I'm going for Amy Kringle. She's a great runner, perhaps the best runner in the field. Great with toes to bar. Now, there is potentially a question mark. She had a wrist injury last year, which did impact her overhead movements, but I think she hit a PR or something very close on the snatch. So, having had an off season to recover, licking her lips, as you said, great season last year. Amy Kringle was my pick.
All right, let's talk about the teams competition because that will be the first event for the day. So we're going to take a look at the full team schedule right now. But there's going to be a lot to watch on the team side of things. There you see, we've got 3 workouts today, 2 on Saturday, and they're going to finish up with their finale on Sunday afternoon here in London, England. But Pip, when you're looking at the teams, what are you seeing and what stands out for you?
I think first and foremost, Krieger and friends. Krieger have a huge contingency here across the whole field of athletes. So they also came in #1 ranked. But also with the change in location, we have 5 UK teams, which is amazing. And 3 of those being CrossFit One More Rep. They have 3 teams amongst the field, also Team WIT and off the grid training. So really excited to see what the local teams are going to do here and taking advantage and getting some experience on the competition floor.
So we've got a partner workout for the teams in this one. Ed, when you look at the workout, how are you picking this one apart? If you're on the team, how are you approaching this?
Okay, so we've got 5 rounds for time. The pairs are split up, male-female pairs. One pair is starting on the treadmill, 400-meter run. And it's not long, so it's going to be fast. And on the other side, the other pair are going to be working through synchronized toes to bar and deadlifts. So really the best strategy here is you want to be finishing that run and you want to be finishing the toes to bar and deadlifts more or less at the same time. We want no dead time, right? So we're flip-flopping back and forth between those 2 things. And so when you look at what a team needs to be able to do to excel, you've got to have 4 really balanced athletes. And that's going to be a theme throughout this whole weekend. You can't afford to have a weak link in the team if you want to be taking home 100 points in one of these workouts.
I want to throw it back to you guys' end. When you look at this weekend, whether it's competition, personally, whatever, what are you most excited about for this weekend?
Just like tour stop 1, it's always interesting because we've just had an off season. That's the time of year where these guys have an opportunity to really, iron out holes in their games. And we've seen it so many times in the past. People come back to the start of a new season a completely different athlete to how they finished the last one. So we know we've talked about holes, we've talked about strengths, we've talked about weaknesses. Seeing who's really put in the work over the off season and, is going to come out firing, that's what I'm most excited to see.
All right. Well, that is going to do it for the first edition of On the Pulse Live here this weekend. But coming up next, we've got the team competition. So for Ed Haynes, Pip Malone, Annie Thorsdottir, I'm Derek Forrest. We're going to send it over to Jeremy Austin and the crew for the call.
It all began with a jump rope in 2015. It was tangled, plastic, and poorly adjusted. We knew we could do better, and so we did. We built our first prototype by hand. It worked. It made a difference. Our first double unders made a big impact. We felt the joy of success for the first time, and it felt magical. From there, our mission became clear: to facilitate the joy of success for athletes around the globe. Since then, we've focused on one thing: improving what others overlook. Engineering and innovation are our tool.
Welcome to London, one of the most historic cities in the world, and today the stage is set for the World Fitness Project for 2026. The second season of the World Fitness Tour, and we kick things off for tour stop number 1 in a city built on legacy, resilience and greatness. G'day everyone, and we are here at the drum sheds in the north of London. Jeremy Austin here, Tommy Marquez joining me for the next 3 days. Team competition coming. And season 2025 in the books, an exciting season. And we move forward now. What are you most excited to see for season 2026?
An improvement on what we saw last year, right? You know, the first ever World Fitness Project season ended on a high note in Copenhagen. So now there's been time to kind of take stock, figure out ways to improve, kind of fine-tune things a little bit, just like we do in training, right? And now we're here in London after a quick pivot, and I'm excited to see the adjustments and the improvements on Season 2 for a more polished and more streamlined product. And we've already seen that with how they've organized the points structure for the season, and I'm excited to see how athletes now, knowing what's in store for a full season-long type tour, how they apply that in this first step of the way.
Changes from Mexico, where the original venue was going to be, moving to London. How does that adjust with the teams, with the athletes that are coming here to Tour Stop 1?
Well, what we've seen is the European contingent show up in huge droves, particularly in the qualifier as well. And a lot of athletes talking through check-in saying, hey, I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to make it out there, but due to the pivot, a little bit closer to home, maybe this is my opportunity to show up and have an opportunity to build some points, and we'll see what happens the rest of the way.
We've got a massive schedule over the next 3 days, and we are going to get started, as Derek alluded to on the Pulse show. Elite team 1, the first workout of Tour Stop 1, and we are going to have 3 of those throughout the day. 2 and 3 are going to split the entire day up. Our individuals for Pro 1 and Pro 2, and we're going to get to On the Pulse, obviously, after each little segment. And then going to close things out, and then once we get to Elite Team event number 3, it's going to be a massive day for the teams.
Yeah, much like my approach to any given workout, we're coming out hot at the start here. A full day to kick off things here in Tour Stop 1, and the teams have three workouts in total to kick off Friday, and they're not going to be shortchanged.
You spoke about Copenhagen before, and we've got a number of teams that are coming back, but the team members are not actually jumping back into those teams. So we've got a clean slate coming up for our elite teams. So the qualifiers, obviously there's a big contingent of Krieger athletes right here across the competition for the 3 days, but they are probably looking the best.
Yeah, and a lot of these teams are returning, but with adjusted rosters. And what I love to see is we've seen a ton of the athletes that were on the teams in Copenhagen move over to the individual side. And, you know, a lot of these brand names that you see here refresh with new athletes, new blood in the competition, and continuing to put down, you know, a legacy in the sport as far as consistently showing up at high-level competitions.
The Elite Team 1 workout, the first workout of our first day, and as you mentioned, we're coming in red hot, and it's like a big slap with a wet fish. Oh, kick things off.
Can't say I know what that feels like, but you know they're kicking things off with a 5-round kind of mixed pairs workout. First female-male pair is going to be on that true form runner, knocking out 400 meters shared. So they both don't have to work at the same time. They can split that up as needed. While the other pair is going to do 20 synchro toes to bar, 20 deadlifts. They're going to flip-flop, and they're going to switch spots. And they're going to do that for 5 total rounds. And just the nature of this means that you're going to have to be really aggressive with your pacing, and that's a really stout way to start the weekend.
Stout, I like it, especially in the UK. And you go back to the 3 events that we had last year, the first 2 tour stops and the final, different running implements at different lengths and different positions on the floor. We're now moving to the assault runner, and how do you adjust on the fly knowing that you've done things previous and you've got an expectation, but how do you move forward now and put something solid down?
Yeah, I mean, for a lot of the runners, they just have to trust that no matter what, their running applies across any type of format and situation. And I think for some of the athletes, you kind of make peace with, especially in the team competition, with this interval style approach, right? You're going to have to work hard for a short, quick burst and then get out of the way and really focus on the recovery, both on the downtime and as you try and push your teammates along. And for this one, there's nothing fancy here. Running, toes to bar, deadlifts, nothing tricky, nothing crazy overly skilled. So pretty right down the middle as far as the technique and movements are concerned and the familiarity with these. It's just going to come down to hard work, and I think that's something that a lot of these athletes can rally around.
3 important workouts for today. It's important to get a really good start as well. 3 teams we're going to look at that are probably going to do the best.
Yeah, and you look, they're all European-based teams, right? So pretty familiar with the environment here in London. And you have the Krieger and Friends team. They're the top qualifier coming in. A lot of new names on this list. But like I said, there's not a ton of skill, not a ton of like weird nuance as far as the flow of this first workout. So a really good one, as most golfers would say, just to get the first one in the fairway.
Well, it's the important things. You've got to have a good tee-off shot and a final putt.
Yep.
They're the only 2 important things on the golf course. So a good start here is imperative for these teams. We speak about Krieger a lot. There's 20% of the field. The athletes here are from Krieger. What are your expectations?
Excellence, and that's what they showed us in the first World Fitness Project season. They consistently showed up as individuals, as a team, and they have just continued to build this huge reputation within the sport, particularly in Europe, for just churning out high-level athletes. And now that's not just a homegrown element. They're attracting athletes from around the world that want to come and be a part of that. And just at some level, there's this inertia that gets built from consistently putting out high performance that becomes infectious for every athlete that walks in through the door, and I don't expect anything different from them.
In lane number 8, Zeus Exalboulder, all the way from the Netherlands. Lane number 7, the Babysitters, coming from the Netherlands. In lane number 6, Team Ruitz from the United Kingdom. Lane number 5, a Blacklisted HQ from the United States. In lane number 4, Road to Greatness from Germany. Lane number 3, Off the Grid Training from the United Kingdom. And in lane number 2, Pursuit of Happiness from Denmark. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you your elite teams.
Our lane assignments to get things kicked off for our first workouts and our first day of competition. And for some of these athletes, those nerves and that anxiety has just increased significantly.
And, you know, I think we're going to see some of these athletes start to settle in maybe the second and third rounds after getting those pre-competition jitters out. They're not just this isn't just the first workout for them. They're the first athletes to take the floor in season 2 of the World Fitness Project. So a little bit's resting on the shoulders there. So let's shake it out. And for me personally, I would love to be able to start a season with something like a run, toes to bar, deadlift, movements that I'm familiar with, and movements that I can just kind of put the blinders on and attack.
Elite Team 1, the 5 rounds. I was going to ask you before about sticking point. Where's it going to start stinging these athletes?
I think the synchro toes to bar in the 3rd round, that's really the only movement that's done as a pair. Everything else is shared, so you can kind of adjust accordingly as needed. But that one, there's no hiding.
Definitely no hiding on the competition floor. We're here at the drum sheds in the north of London, up near Tottenham. And we're getting things underway for season 2026. And you go through those 5 rounds, and the expectation for the athletes is potentially, especially with those first 2 rounds of toe to bar, they have got to be unbroken.
You have to let it rip because you know that the other athletes that are starting on the run are relatively fresh. And the nature of this 400 meters being shared, you're going to be having some athletes full on sprint for short periods of time, and that 400 is going to go by quick. You do not want to be the pair that's holding up the progress for the whole team.
And the good news for the athletes on the competition floor, yes, they've got to do the synchronized toe to bar, but the deadlifts have just got to be done. So you can split that up whichever way you want to.
Yeah, so you basically have a bookend of movements that can be shared, the running and then the deadlifts at the end. And I think that allows you to be a little bit more aggressive with some of the pacing here and how you approach the reps and sets. And quite frankly, it's going to be needed because it's going to be quick to each transition.
And we're going to talk posterior chain probably for the next couple of hours in regards to what is going to be happening on the competition floor right now. And you think about the runner where you are pulling with those hamstrings. The deadlift obviously is very hamstring dominant, and then you try and ruin your core completely by getting your toe to bar done.
Yeah, you have, you know, what's essentially a sprint for most of these athletes on the runner, and I think the nature of the curved runner and how some athletes run, particularly when it comes to technique, you're going to see some athletes really pulling with the hamstrings on that treadmill, and then you have 2 hinging movements back to back. That midline, those hamstrings, that core and posterior chain is going to be fried at the end of this one.
Pursuit of Happiness, as mentioned a little bit earlier, they are from Denmark and just in the lead. Road to Greatness currently holding on to one of those top spots. Blacklisted HQ currently in 3rd. And this is probably the other fortunate thing for these athletes is with the run, they can switch at any stage. So you could probably go full tilt for a certain amount of time and then jump off and you get that work rest recovery, which is perfect if that's the way you've been training.
Yeah, and honestly, it makes the transition easier too. If you're sprinting hard, keep that treadmill, that little hamster wheel rolling as your next athlete hops on.
And timing, it's probably going to be the most important aspect. As you mentioned a little bit earlier on, you want to finish both components at exactly the same time. Pursuit of Happiness. They are looking pretty good. And Louis, just at the bottom left of your screen from Pursuit of Happiness, those legs coming a fair way back, but probably due to the timing aspect of the total bar synchronization.
And you'll see it based on fatigue level as well. A lot of athletes kind of shortening the backswing of the kip, kind of cycling the feet a little bit. And then as they start to get tired, you see the full length of the body elongate a little bit, a much broader, more sweeping kip motion. Really trying to generate power through the hips to get those feet up as the midline starts to fail.
Blacklisted HQ jumping into the lead. All right, I'm going to throw you under the bus here. What's your rep scheme for your deadlifts with your partner? Are you going a negative split, so say you do 11, your partner does 9, are you doing 10 apiece?
Oh man, I think you can be shorter than that. I mean, the way the deadlift plays out as far as a shared movement between these two teams, you can do short, fast, aggressive sets. And because it's not a long movement, you can essentially drop from the top, and by the time that bar settles, your teammates' hands are on the bar and going, and there's very little time lost for having extra transitions between athletes.
5 minutes down, 18 minutes on our time cap, and the blueprint presented by Trueform.
Well, as I said, I think you can be short and fast with your sets here, which allows you to be aggressive on the cycle rate, both with the run and really trying to get that treadmill going, and with the deadlifts. And then, you know, coffee's for closers, Jeremy. Closing strong gets you a good performance, because with the shared movement, teams with good awareness and fatigue levels amongst their individual pairs can allow the team that's, you know, the athlete that's a little bit more fresh, that's feeling a little bit better and responding better, to take the bulk of the load. It doesn't have to be even. Making those adjustments on the fly are paramount in workouts like this.
And a third of our time cap goes by, the lead changing back and forth. But keep in mind, both pairs have to be finished at the same time to get a good transition. Pursuit of Happiness jumping back into the lead once again. And it doesn't seem like any of the athletes on the floor, any of the pairs, are having any problem with the synchronized total bar. It's probably going to come down to the speed of the Trueform runner and how many deadlifts can they get through, and there's obviously no point going all 20.
And one thing to note, you see Pursuit of Happiness here on your screen. The female athlete on the right was really aggressive in that deadlift. She sprinted to the bar first, giving her teammate some time to take an extra breath in transition, and she absolutely ripped those deadlifts. So next time they get to the toes to bar, pay attention to her posture with her upper body. She is so comfortable in the toes to bar. She's got her head turned, making sure she's the one that's accounting for her teammate in terms of synchro. That's just an athlete that's in complete control right now, and they're one of the first athletes to get through their half on the third round. As you see the barbells on the floor, that's going to be your signal for where the teams are in terms of those 5 rounds. They'll progress those barbells down a section with each full round completed.
True Form, the originator of the curved treadmill built for uncompromising performance. Just scan that QR code on your screen. Louis getting underway once again for the pursuit of happiness. And this, as you mentioned before, this is where it's starting to sting.
Oh yeah, and just running and sprinting on the True Form as well. I personally find it harder than just, you know, we'll call it analog running out on the street or on the trail.
Jonas and Berta for Pursuit of Happiness. They are going great guns down to the far left of your screen in lane number 2. And the lead changing over and over off the grid.
And it should be noted that the first pair, the pair that's on the runner right now for Pursuit of Happiness, they were done well before their partner pair was done on the True Form runner. So we're seeing a little bit of back and forth in terms of the top position overall, because one pair is just a little bit behind as far as the transitions are concerned.
Shane and Emily from off the grid just looking at each other and just trying to work out some sort of communication pattern, because these deadlifts are getting pretty heavy.
Well, and that's also, like, you can see them looking over the shoulder at the pair in the back too. That's another element of adjusting your pacing accordingly. If you're ripping this section and you're just going to stand there and wait for a while, you can maybe pull back and avoid the red line by making sure that, you know, you don't finish too far ahead of that pair.
Road to greatness. And in lane number 5, Blacklisted HQ, we have got a great race on our hands for our first workout of the morning. Now, as your movement starts to break down a little, as your fatigue starts to increase, what are you doing with your sets? Obviously, it's a lot easier with a toe-to bar. You're just jumping down, you can jump straight back up. But are you maintaining your 20 reps, or are you breaking that up a little bit just to sort of try and get some sort of advantage?
Well, as you can see with Pursuit of Happiness, one athlete is watching the other, so she's in charge of making sure they're in sync. If you're the athlete that's in control right now, you're communicating with your teammate, hey, what do you got right now? What is this going to look like? More than likely, they've communicated in the back, hey, this is what we're going for at the start. When movement and fatigue starts to set in, we're going to adjust to this rep scheme in particular. So it's almost non-verbal at that point.
Samantha and Andy for off the grid training, trying to play some catch up. Ticking over 11 minutes, 18 on our time cap. Vera and Louis for Pursuit of Happiness. And a nice easy cruise walk down, getting the work done, and giving yourself a little bit of recovery time.
And this has been the case for each round so far. They're done well ahead of the pair, and they, in theory, move into first place position overall, but after their transition point is where the other teams have been able to reel them in a little bit.
Louis back to work. And long strides, and as you mentioned before about that hamstring pull.
You see that slight lean forward, especially as you kind of get into that kind of center point of the curve of that treadmill. If you've never run on a True Form, there is a sweet spot right there where the foot strike happens. The momentum of the treadmill just kind of almost kicks it back. You don't feel like you're having to pull or push against the treadmill too much.
Jonas and Berta head back to the deadlifts, far left of screen. They are well in control of this one. The road to greatness. Jumping in to seconds. And Grit Red making a late charge in lane 9, just to your far right of screen.
They actually got held up by the pair on the true form runner. So the teams, as far as the transitions are concerned, you're seeing one pair start to fall behind a little bit.
Victor and Nerea onto the far right. Grit Red, part of Grit programming. Jonas and Berta. Still looking pretty comfortable. It's a paper, rock, scissors to see who goes on the true form runner first.
Looks like Jonas lost that one. My bet he threw rock at that point.
Road to greatness, making their way back. And just deliberate movement on the runner. Obviously a lot different to what we saw in the Tour stops last year and the Tour final. As you said, the kitchen sink thrown at the athletes in Copenhagen. But a lot easier to work out what sort of pace you can run and maintain.
Well, you're starting to see the posture of the athletes change a little bit. You saw Jonas on the true form there, a little bit more controlled pace, but even still his posture pretty decent. You've seen some big, heavy breaths. Not surprising at the end of this.
Louis and Vera for the pursuit of happiness. Team from Denmark and teams from the UK, Germany, United States, Netherlands and Spain in this heat. Final reps coming. Louis and Vera are done. And that time cap was going to be thereabouts, trying to get under that 18 minutes.
It looks like lane 9, just the same situation in the previous round. Grit Red,
Yeah.
able to, that first pair on the toes to bar deadlift, able to move ahead of the rest of the field, but in the last round they were held up on the true form, so they were standing there waiting for that transition point because the other team was falling behind.
Jonas and Berta with Louis on the true form runner at the back. And what a great start, pursuit of happiness. The fatigue, it is starting to sting now. Vera now swapping places with Louis, and they are going to bring the team home. The final 20 deadlifts. And speaking of Katrin Davis-Otter earlier on, she was saying Berta is so strong. These deadlifts, not going to be a problem at all.
Yeah, and this is what's going to be key, right? We saw, as we see the male athlete really like taking his time getting to the bar. And in the previous round, Berta only did a handful of reps. She actually held on a little bit longer in this round. So making the adjustment, she feels a little bit more fresh, a little bit more comfortable taking the bulk of the work, leaning into your strength in this final round.
17 minutes into workout 1 and the word fresh don't spring to mind immediately.
She was shouting at her teammate and was pointing, hey, get across the line.
Jonas, hurry up.
I think that's a good indicator.
Louis and Vera are going to make their way down the floor. And they're going to finish up 45 seconds under that 18-minute time cap. And now pressure coming for Grit Red, who are currently in second. Could only see potentially one team finish under the time cap. Grit Red are going to have to get moving. But it's all going to come down to their team members on the true form runner.
Well, in the same situation that happened in the last round, Road to Greatness was able to overtake Grit Red in the transition point because their team on the true form runner to start was faster.
And Grit Red, they've got seconds. The last 5 reps, can they get under that time cap? It is going to be tight. Oh, we have got the road to greatness. Getting there for just over the line ahead of Grit Red. So those deadlifts really started to sting back end.
Yeah, and to the benefit of the last pair on Road to Greatness on the deadlifts and toes to bar, the athletes on the True Form Runner got done early, were able to make the full transition down to the floor and basically be right there behind them in lockstep for when they finished those final reps. So the whole team got to cross as a unit.
Our first heats, our first day of our first tour stop for 2026. And I'll tell you what, not just competing and working hard, but recovering hard as well, backing it up for 2 more coming up today.
Yeah, these teams, they've got a full slate ahead of them, and they're the first to kick it off on Friday, and they're going to close things out tonight as well. So time to get some nutrition in and get done.
First workout of the weekend done. How does it feel?
It feels like my hamstrings are going to be feeling it for the rest of the 5 events, that's for sure. It's a very kind of like crazy run over the finish.
Well, you guys held a great pace that entire time. A workout that was longer like that, how do you lock in as a team knowing it's an early start to the weekend, but be able to stay in that fast pace knowing that you guys were in first for most of the time?
Yeah, so, I mean, first of all, it wakes you up quite a bit. Secondly, we had a good brief with our coach yesterday to lock in the pairs, the pacing, everything like that, and I think we stayed on plan, so it was good.
It sure seems like you guys stayed on plan. You did a great job. It was awesome to see you get started, and we're excited to see what you do the rest of the weekend.
Thank you so much.
Congrats.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Amy. And Pursuit to Happiness. There we go. That's it. Win workouts. There you go.
If it were only so simple.
What a great start to competition already, and we know teamwork is going to be the benefactor of positions on the podium and on the leaderboard as we progress through the 3 days. And Pursuit of Happiness, they just nailed it.
Yeah, and you know, they matched up their pairs really, really well as far as mixing skills and making sure that they had a team pairing that was really strong on the deadlift and toe to bar, another pairing that was really strong on the runner, so the transition times weren't too far off. And I think if you're the other teams in the back and you look and you see so many teams didn't make it under the time cap, maybe you reassess a little bit and know that, hey, we're going to be working here for a majority of the full 18 minutes, and it's going to take really, really good execution to get under this cap and maybe upend Pursuit of Happiness for the top score.
Our top qualifying teams coming to team competition, about to hit the competition floor. Heat number 2, not too far away.
Heat number 2.
From Austria. Lane number 7, RX Performance, Sweden. Lane 6, the Pace Programming, Germany. Lane 5, Krieger and Friends, Germany. Lane 4, XT Oslo Krieger, Norway. Lane 3, CrossFit One More Rap Marathon, United Kingdom. Lane 2, Team Fleek, Denmark. Lane 1, CF One More Rep, United Kingdom.
Our lane assignments for our second elite team for workout 1. It is London Pro 1. And our top qualifiers, keeping in mind, no team is backing it up from last year. We have different team members in different teams. But it is the first workout of the day and plenty more to come.
You'll have one pair on the 400-meter runner ripping away at that true form. Another pair doing some toes to bar and deadlifts. They'll switch. That'll be 1 round and do 5 rounds total.
Number of athletes, not just with grips on their hands, but also sweatbands. And that's something you, as an experienced coach, you'd go and say, hey, you're going to have a lot of sweat coming down, which is potentially going to affect your grip. Let's minimize that as much as possible.
Stand by.
And not just affect the grip, the actual grips themselves too. As you start to get sweaty, they'll slide up the wrists and hands a little bit, so your grip point and your anchor point for those grips changes. You didn't see that a lot 5-6 years ago.
Absolutely not.
You see an athlete figure something out and it becomes commonplace very, very quickly.
How best to navigate the first workouts of the competition. Shooter Happiness, they're all over it. They knew exactly what they were doing. And following the blueprint is probably going to be the best way to do it. That one presented by Trueform.
Yeah, with the nature of the shared work on the deadlifts and the run, mean you can have short, fast, aggressive sets with really quick rep turnovers. And then as you get to the finish, you want to close really strong. Lean into the athlete that is struggling less, giving them more of the work on the runner, more of the work on the deadlift. If you're able to close, well, then you earn yourself a little bit of treat. Coffee is for closers, for sure.
And if you haven't run on a Trueform, it is something probably that you would have needed to practice coming into this. And the expectation of what we saw last year with Indianapolis, Mesa, and Copenhagen, 3 different lengths of run, different conditions, different surfaces, and now we're going to something completely different again.
Yeah, and I do think it highlights some inefficiencies of running in terms of foot striking and stride. And I remember the first time I got on a Trueform runner, I was a bit of a heel striker at the time, and it fried my hamstrings because I was basically doing a hamstring curl for every step, and it'll kind of let you know where your foot needs to be in terms of efficiency on that machine.
RX Performance in lane 7, just to your right of screen, getting their first pair to the deadlifts. Bar not being able to be moved from the ground till the other bar comes and settles on the ground. And one of those aspects where we know there's some crucial no reps coming up in this competition. This is one you don't want to be repeating too often.
And the movements are so straightforward that there's really no excuse to be piling up a bunch of no reps. The range of motion on a deadlift is very short. The turnover time between transitioning between athletes is very short. Most of these athletes are familiar enough with their teammates where synchronizing on the toes to bar shouldn't be an issue, and then you just have the runner. So should be a relatively clean run for most of these teams. And the adjustment comes on, hey, how do you account for one athlete maybe struggling a little bit more than you did in practice?
Pace programming and Krieger and friends, your 2 leaders. As we saw in heat number 1, I think the lead changed 5 or 6 different times, and it's honestly who can nail it down to that 5th and final round and get the team across the line as quick as possible. Come up to the 4-minute mark. A team competition, are you going to be sitting and watching what other teams are doing, or are you just getting your team synergy organised to tip of the arrow, like get to that point of excellence?
I think in a workout like this, where there isn't a ton of skill, I think you can really just highlight and focus on what what things your individual teammates bring to the table, how your pairings are set up, and really how you pace and adjust accordingly to make sure that you're not waiting on the other pair on the runner and the other pair is not waiting on you. The Pursuit of Happiness did that really well, and you know, they were the top team in that first heat.
And time under tension is probably another factor that is going to increase fatigue and increase the time they need for recovery. So getting quicker reps done. Is it better to go longer reps, maybe 10 and 10 split and holding on for longer, or do you want to get on and off as quick as you can?
Yeah, I don't think there's necessarily a benefit for holding on to those longer sets, particularly if you're, you know you're going to get done and have a little bit of time to recover. You can just save a little bit in the tank each round, especially as you get into that 5th round. That's when you're going to maybe want to hold on, right? Hey, I can maybe let it rip here in this final round because I don't have to worry about burning up.
Oslo Krieger starting to make a move. And the true form runner. A test for the athletes. And true form, the originator of the curved treadmill built for uncompromising performance. Just scan that QR code on your screen.
And you mentioned that synergy, Jeremy. I mean, RX Performance in lane number 7. First team to make the transition into round number 3. Primarily because, hey, they were synced up as far as their teammates making that transition between pairs. In lane 1, CrossFit One More Rep, on the first pairing on the deadlift toes to bar, they were done extremely quick, but they were standing there at the rig waiting for the other pairing to transition, and as they did that, RX Performance slid just right on by.
Team Fleck now making a move in lane 2 as well. Now keep in mind, a lot of the teams in Heat 1 didn't get the work completed under the time cap. So just getting under that time cap is going to be a target, surely.
Yeah, only 2 teams from the first heat finished.
Header getting to work. Bar up a little bit out from her legs. That's going to cause way more fatigue.
Yeah, a lot of times when you see athletes get tired, they'll try and shelf the bar just a little bit on their quads on the way down. And what that does is that can have a tendency for the bar to almost ramp off of the top of the knee. That bar getting away from the shins, away from that kind of center line position, is just a little bit added fatigue and taxation on your grip and on your midline.
And trying to keep that body square as well. A little bit of twisting going on. That's going to cause...
You will see athletes kind of do that shelf where the bar slips away from them as their grip fatigue starts to pile up too. Now remember, you're doing 100 toes to bar as a pair, synchro. So the grip is going to start to break down a little bit.
Magnus and Header heading back for RX Performance. Magnus straight to true form runner. Anton to the left. Linny on the right-hand side. Looking like they are in good form and good position to progress. Anton having absolutely no trouble. Remember back in the day when this was extremely heavy?
I remember in a particular regionals year when the 315 deadlift showed up for reps for 21:15.9.
Or was it box jumps as well? Yeah, 30-inch box jumps?
Yeah, they had it 2 years, starting in 2011, and everyone was like, oh man, that's a lot.
What's going on here? Team Flack. One of those teams we saw in the final last year in Copenhagen. RX Performance really starting to put some separation between themselves and the rest of the pack. Mia and Victor.
And the squad from RX Performance, they were all 4 of those athletes competing at the finals last year. They're just on different teams. So
take all that experience from Copenhagen and then morph it together, and hey, it seems to be working.
yeah, so far so good through 4 rounds of the first workout.
Over the 10-minute mark.
Yeah, maybe they figured it out over breakfast at the hotel. Like, hey, you're fit, you're fit, you're fit. Let's go.
RX Performance, Team Fleck.
And I like the transition from RX Performance. They're still jogging back to the bar. At this point, from Pursuit of Happiness in the previous heat, one athlete was running to the bar, the other athlete was walking, leisurely taking a stroll, kind of like we were through the Kensington Gardens a couple of days ago, but
strolling through Harrods.
Right here, number 2 team, running to that barbell. They are trying to make up for some ground. And we have about 8 difference.
Team Fleck, the other partnership, getting to work. Eskilde and Mia, just to your left of your screen. And the rep schemes are that short, it should be able to be like a home run. Just get in, get it done, move on.
And I think mentally, as you start to get tired, knowing that I only got to hit 4 or 5 reps here allows you to kind of fight that negative thought process that starts to happen as you get towards the end of the workout and your body is telling you to slow down.
Anton and Lenny to the far right of your screen. They are doing very well. Team Fleck. Julie on the right, Victor on the left. And how much does experience play in not just a workout like this, but an entire comp series like this?
Yeah, knowing what it's going to take across an entire weekend, being able to kind of adjust effort, and I don't want to say necessarily effort, but how your energy is expended across the entirety of a weekend slate. In a situation like RX Performance, where you're in the lead, you look around, you're aware of all the different factors that play into a top performance and competing at this level. It's the little things, right? The 1% adjustments that can give you an edge. And part of that is having been through the fire in competitions like this.
Vinnie Berglund finishing things up. And you mentioned it before about the influx of European athletes into this competition. Yeah, we were supposed to be in Mexico. Things didn't really pan out that way. So we changed to London, and then this just mass of people coming into the competition.
And honestly, we should have expected that based on what we saw in Copenhagen, right? The European community shows up in a massive way. And when given the opportunity, they will continue to do so because we've seen the sport grow in so many different facets all across Europe. Norway being kind of leading the charge in recent years.
Now keep in mind, RX Performance, Hedda and Magnus just jumped down to split up their total bar. So it looks as though they've done a 12-8 split. Negative split all the way. Big number first, small number second. Just easy for your brain to work out what's happening. Krieger and friends starting to make a move in lane 5. Pace programming. All trying to chase down our leaders. RX Performance header getting to work again. Pace programming coming in 9th in Copenhagen 2025. For our inaugural season of the World Fitness Projects. We're here at the Drum Sheds in the north of London. The World Fitness Tour, Season 2 for 2026. Final 3 minutes on the way. And it looks like RX Performance are going to be well in control of this heat. Our unofficial time, 16:54. Pursuit of Happiness from Heat 1, our time to beat. But really the time to beat is that time cap of 18 minutes. Anton and Linny for RX Performance continuing. Julian Victor. Team Fleck, bottom left of your screen. A lot of midline stabilization required for the deadlift. Obviously a lot for your toe to bar. What does recovery start looking like post workout 1?
Oh man. A lot of food, a lot of mobility, a lot of massage. Just making sure that you get enough calories, especially when you know you have 2 more workouts today.
Anton, easy work. Victor and Julie now moving forward.
I also think a really good cool down protocol is also very beneficial with something like this.
Pursuit of Happiness are going to be your leaders going into workout number 2. A no rep from RX Performance. Anton. All done. That's a weight. Magnus and header. They are in, just in 17:07 unofficial time.
And it's
Team Fleck home with a very wet sail.
But that was a good push from Fleck at the end. RX Performance was a little bit behind with their team having to make the full transition across the floor, and it's looking like the top time from the previous heat might hold up.
If you're sailing the North Sea, you're going to come home with a wet sail. Time ticking away. And currently only 2 of our teams have workout 1 finished. And looks like that is going to be all that we're going to have for London Team 1. Some great work, some great combinations of athletes and good combination of timing to get over that line. Team Fleck, impressive, but RX Performance, obviously the way you want to go out. Some exciting first 2 heats of our elite team competition, Tour Stop number 1 at the Drum Sheds in the north of London. The World Fitness Tour for 2026. It's great to have your company as well, wherever you're joining us right around the world. And RX Performance, they're standing by with Amy Bream.
Team RX Performance, what a great performance that was to start the weekend. Did that go exactly as you planned as a team?
Pretty much, yes. We knew the runner would be the limiter in the earlier rounds, and then you had to push the transitions. So that's what we did, and that was the plan.
Well, we were talking a bit yesterday, and we have a little bit of an enemies to friends situation. All 4 of you are in Copenhagen, but on different teams in pairs. So how does it feel coming into this tour stop, knowing that you guys can work together as the 4 of you?
I don't know. I didn't hear the question. I think we knew each other before from competing against each other, and we like each other, and we wanted to try, you know, working out, competing together, and it turned out really well, actually. Yeah.
I would say it turned out really well. Is this the move? Is this the 4 configuration that we're going with?
Yeah. Yeah, hopefully. Are you guys up?
Great job, guys. Great work this weekend.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. And sometimes you just don't have answers. That's okay.
Sign of a good effort on the floor.
You got nothing left in the tank. It has been a great start to competition. Did it lay out exactly as you were expecting?
Well, anytime you have a top time coming from one of the earlier heats, I think it kind of clues you in that it's going to be a dogfight all weekend long.
3 workouts coming up for our first day of competition for our team competition. But coming up next, it is going to be the individual men. We're going to see the best in the business take on a Pro 1 right here at the Drum Sheds in the north of London. We look forward to your company. We'll be back very soon.
All right, boy.
It all began with a jump rope in 2015. It was tangled, plastic, and poorly adjusted. We knew we could do better, and so we did. We built our first prototype by hand. It worked. It made a difference. Our first double unders made a big impact. We felt the joy of success for the first time, and it felt magical. From there, our mission became clear: to facilitate the joy of success for athletes around the globe. Since then, we've focused on one thing: improving what others overlook. Engineering and innovation are our tools.
Welcome back to the drum sheds in the north of London, up Tottenham Way. It is day number 1 of Tour Stop 1 for the World Fitness Tour and the World Fitness Project Season 2 for 2026. Great competition so far with our elite teams taking the floor. We cast our attention now to our individuals. Jeremy Austin, Tommy Marquez, and a big good morning to Katrin Davis.
Good morning.
Hey, we stole you from the desk show, and now we've got you here. How excited are you?
Oh, I'm so excited. I cannot wait to watch the live action and just see it all happen in real time.
How different is it going from the desk show where you've got to sort of pre-analyze and then post-analyze compared to live stuff on the go?
Both is so fun. The desk show is more, you know, we have certain things that we talk about for certain amounts of times, and we have these topics, and you're contained within those topics. And here you get to react in real time to the live action, and I love that energy because sometimes I felt like I'd watch it real time and you get back to the desk show. I'm like, how can I take all of that energy and bring it back? And now it's just kind of, it's there.
Well, prepare yourself for that nervous system dump at the back end of Sunday night when you're completely exhausted. Yeah. But it's absolutely great to be here. Tommy, going from this morning from our elite teams, going to individuals, what are we expecting?
Well, I think we're going to see some really impressive individual performances, obviously, but I think with the bigger field here, we're going to see a ton of mixture, I think, between heat to heat and some of these younger athletes, newer athletes trying to make a name for themselves in the early heats, and some of these established vets desperately trying to hold them off.
Of course, we've got a massive day of competition coming up. It is day 1, Friday here in the UK, and the elite teams getting to work just before we came onto our individuals, but our Pro 1 individual workout coming up, our OTP live team, they are going to get back to work and break down everything that's happened this morning. Elite teams will take the floor again, and our Pro 2s, and then finally we'll get to our 3rd elite team workout of the day. It's absolutely massive day for the athletes.
Yeah, and I mean, it all starts with this first one, right? A lot of times how you set the tone for the weekend can begin with the very first performance that you put out on the competition floor. for the teams, they're going to have 3 workouts today, so getting off on a good foot is going to be massive. For the individuals that are thinking full season, especially for some of the pros that have their card and they're guaranteed a spot at every single one, like this is your announcement to the world what season 2 is going to look like for you.
Well, let's have a look at workout number 1 for our elite individuals. It's a corker, and it's going to be a long one. It's going to really, really sort out the men from the boys.
Yeah, I mean this first one, corker. I say I gotta love. I missed these Jeremy Ozzyisms, man. I didn't have enough of them in the first half of 2026 for sure, but a little bit more running midnight. I like the carryover between the team tests and the individual. We're seeing very huge similarities between the two, and it always takes me back to a time where there was more universal programming in the sport, and I love it.
Well, let's have a look.
London Pro 1 is presented by Trueform. London Pro 1 is 4 rounds, 4 time of 25 toes to bar, 500 meters running on the Trueform runner, and 15 overhead squats with 185 pounds for the men and 125 pounds for the women. Athletes will advance their bar following each set of overhead squats. After the final set, athletes will set the bar down and advance to the finish line. There is a 20-minute time cap for London Pro 1.
Absolute rip snorter and very sled dog-ish, if I can say so. Look at you. You're so excited for this one.
Oh, look at this workout, and this is a sled dog workout. This is who can work. It's going to be longer. I think the running is going to be a substantial factor in this workout. But if you look at it in depth, there's 60 total reps of the overhead squat at 185 for the men, 125 for the women. And that is, you can only work as hard as you can do the overhead squats, if that makes sense. So the athletes that have the good shoulder mobility, the good positioning, they can just keep moving and kind of just press into that bar and keep working. And those who don't might have to break it up.
Yeah, and there was a time when, you know, this level of overhead squat in terms of weight was a little bit almost unattainable, right? Yeah. And now we're going to see it for 60 reps in the middle of this high-intensity workout.
It's amazing how the bar just keeps going up, and these weights that once were so heavy are now being done for 60 reps in a workout.
Crazy. 3 guys in particular we want to really take a good look at, and they're probably 3 of the most experienced and 3 of our tall athletes with big wingspans.
And they're tremendous runners, right? They have proven themselves time and time again when running is in the equation, regardless of how it's programmed, right? You look at what they've done across the tour stops in season 1 at the World Fitness Project. You know, 3 very different workouts. In Indy, it was a mixed modality workout similar to this. In Mesa, we had a single modality, just straight up run. And then in Copenhagen, we've said it before, the kitchen sink, let's throw everything at them and mix some running in there as well. And all 3 of them have performed well across the board.
Yeah. Something to point out too is that the running is on runners today too, which is going to favor, they're already good runners, and it's going to favor the bigger, heavier athletes, which will be these guys.
Can't wait to see what he's going to lay out in front of these athletes. We're not far away. Heat 1, our elite men coming to the floor.
The noise for your Pro Heat 1. In lane number 10, Victor Garcia, Spain. Lane number 9, Ryan Jennings, United States. Lane number 8, Michael van Heisenheim, Belgium. Lane number 7, Pietro Andeloni, Italy. Lane number 6, Leonardo Grotino, Italy. In lane number 5, Noah Wilson, United States. Lane number 4, Phil Royce-Peter, United Kingdom. Lane number 3, Len Postel, Germany. Lane number 2, Kian Dunphy, United Kingdom. Lane number 1, Simon Helenas, Canada. 1 minute.
Individual men Elena Simons, and probably a lot of names that you're not recognizable immediately off the bat, but there are some that are going to be at the end of Sunday.
A great opportunity to change that for a lot of people, right? You're going to be on the same leaderboard as some of the biggest names in the sport. It's a good time to take a crack.
What an opportunity. You get a last-minute call-up, you're going, oh, I'm going to take this straight away, and then like you think about your BKGs and your Pat Vellners and these sort of athletes, you're going, this is incredible. For Roy Peters, the local boy, and plenty of support for him here as well.
Victor Garcia Deval, last guy into the competition. A week ago, didn't even know if he was competing here, but you know what? Kept the engine warm and showing up big.
And underway for our first heat of our individual men. And you say that, Tommy, and the World Fitness Project from the start has just trying to explain to people, be ready, you could get an opportunity at any time.
And that was one of the, I think, hallmarks of that first season, right? Even when they had the separate divisions for the pros and the challengers, part of the reason they had that challenger division is they knew they were going to have athletes on site that could backfill last minute no matter what. So they told the challengers, hey, be ready for the pro division workouts and expect that call if something changes. And here, even with the single division athletes in the qualifier, don't assume you're out of it just because you're a couple spots away and we're a few weeks out.
Simon Zelena, all the way down there in the far left in lane number 1, one of the first off. And talking about the elite teams earlier on, we moved to the individual men, and that hamstring fatigue, it's probably going to increase. We go from 400 meters to 500 meters, but they've got to do the whole lot.
Yeah, and it's an interesting distance, right? I like when you throw some unconventional distances in the mix. I think a lot of times, you know, whether it's inside the gym or in training, we get really tied to the 400 meter, the 800 meter, the 200 meter, and then you throw in something like a 500 meter, and it forces you to kind of adjust and see how you can apply the data from training to unconventional distances.
How best to navigate this first elite workout, and it is the blueprints presented by Trueform.
Well, one and done, it should be the strategy for success when it comes to the toes to bar and overhead squat. I think for the best athletes, maybe one timed break at most, and then finish the set and be done with it. I think you'll see that consistently across the 4 rounds. And then the middle 3, that's the middle 300 on this 500 meter Trueform runner. That's your opportunity to pick up the pace or maybe overtake one of your athletes on that implement. The first and last 100 meters is really where you kind of take stock and prepare for the next movement that you're coming off of or moving to.
Now, Kat, you've obviously used the Trueform runner before. You've run in many different aspects of fitness. How does this relate to running on, say, grass or concrete or trail running, or there's just been so many different surfaces you've done?
Exactly. So I feel like the Trueform runner, it does, great runners are going to be great runners regardless. But some people are better on the Trueform runner. So you take somebody who has a longer stride, the bigger athletes, the heavier athletes, they're going to kind of allow their body weight to work with the runner a little bit more. And so this might favor these athletes, even though they're not maybe as good on a track or on a road. And it also, a 500 meter on a Trueform runner kind of feels a little bit more like a 600 meter on track. So it is a little bit harder than the traditional 500 meter run.
Ryan Chevening, Team Ryan in season 2025. We move to the overhead squats now, and we spoke about loading yesterday. This loading is very, very challenging. It's one of those loads early on in the game. It was hard, and now it's sort of a staple.
Yeah, exactly. So I think if you look at their positioning, Those who have great shoulder mobility can actually grab the bar a little bit narrower. So if you're in a snatch grip, it's going to be harder on your wrists, it's going to be harder on your shoulders, versus if you go to a narrower grip, you can only do that if you have great mobility, but it's going to be easier to hold that bar overhead for a substantial amount of time.
In the early days of the methodology too, one of the biggest benchmarks in terms of strength and mobility and skill was 15 unbroken overhead squats at body weight. There's a handful of athletes here where this is heavier than their body weight currently, and they're going to do that for multiple rounds with other movements in the mix, and that just shows you the progress that the community as a whole has made.
Well, Roy Peters with that good overhead position, 6 foot, and Tommy, you're way up there as well. It's obviously, with these bars, it is a lot harder to get that overhead position if you've run out of length of that barbell.
Yeah, I mean, you go by the traditional standards of how you set your hand positioning in the overhead movements with snatch, overhead squat, and where that bar sits in the hip crease on the way up. But for some of these athletes, the stability increases the more narrow your hands get, but it also requires a tremendous amount of mobility through those shoulders to be able to do that. As a longer athlete, that's a tough position to get into, especially if you have these shorter bars that don't allow you to go as wide as you naturally would go.
Our current top 3 looks like this. Noah Wilson, and one that we earmarked yesterday as we were chatting about what's he going to be able to be capable of in this first workout. Roy Peters is in there. Kean Dunphy, lane number 2, just to the far left, with no shirt on.
Well, Noah's a great runner, and I think especially in a workout like this, he can trust that his running will start to carry him higher and higher on the heat list as this workout extends. Because some of the athletes that came out hot in that first round, if their running starts to fall apart, their conditioning falls apart, they're going to have to take a much longer break in that overhead squat to make sure they don't hit total shoulder fatigue.
Noah Wilson at 6'1", and then you throw it all the way back to Kean Dunphy at 5'8", which is more of that comfortable position with a barbell over your head.
I don't know if you remember back in the day, Jeremy, there would be that aggregate data around what the average height and weight for an elite athlete in the sport would be. For men, it was usually in that 5'9", 190 range, 195. But we've seen obviously variations across that in more recent years, and as the demands of the sport change, we'll see that number fluctuate. But no reason why, some of the bigger athletes can have some fun too.
Exactly, and I do love that about our sport. Of course, there's a ideal height, weight for an athlete in this sport, but also to see all types, when a podium is big and small, all types, it just shows that a strength and weakness can play to different body types. And we now see that in our sport, that, we have James Brigg. He's tall, he's long, he's not what we thought was the ideal body type, but he's proven that he's the best. So I think I love that for athletes, for up-and-coming athletes, to not think, oh, this sport isn't for me. Like, no, how can I make this sport for me? How can I find a way to be the best and make something my strength?
Ticking over the 7-minute mark of our first heat of our elite men, and the other member of our team, Lauren Smith. Good morning.
Good morning, team. Look, I want to speak about Noah Wilson. Noah has just been one of these up-and-coming phenomenons out of the USA. He's 22 years old. He's had a huge amount of competitive experience behind him. But I know he's coming into today off the back of a little bit of disappointment at the Mayhem Classic. He finished 16th, which, for all intents and purposes, isn't a bad result at all, but it's really firing him up today. And this is a guy who loves to play with his fitness, right? At the start of 2026, he actually did 2,026 burpees. It took him 8 hours and 3 minutes, but he's still finding the joy in competing and getting out on this competition floor.
Exciting stuff, no doubt, is on the way for Noah Wilson. And fatigue and shoulders, we've spoken about it off air this morning, we've spoken about on air. The position is obviously going to be primo to get above your head, above where your midline is stabilizing. any rotation of that shoulder is going to cause some instability. It's going to cause a lot more fatigue very quickly. How do you stop that from happening? Because that's all your body wants to do is to rest those shoulders.
Honestly, the easiest way to do that is to go narrow grip. So if you go narrow grip, you're more in that stacked position. Your arms are not, or your hands are not sliding out on the bar as much. And you're naturally going to be in, you know, you're going to avoid that rotation. And you can also kind of release that grip a little bit, which they want to do for the toes to bar. So those athletes that can stay in a closer, narrower grip with a stacked position are going to benefit massively on this workout. Those with a wider grip are going to be sliding. They're going to have to grip that bar a lot more and avoid that rotation that you're talking about.
The originator of the curved treadmill, built for uncompromising performance. This is True Form Runner. Just scan that QR code on your screen. And you blink, and 10 minutes has nearly gone past. It's like, wow, okay.
We've had a lot of action, a lot of movement in this workout. A good flow overall. I like it. It doesn't feel like we've sat too long on any one implement. We've been able to kind of dig into some of these athletes, and also at 10 minutes they're well into this, and they've had a strong showing, especially from Noah Wilson.
I feel like right now is also the part of the workout where they need to be digging in. This is the third round, the third running part of the workout, and this is where it's going to be hard for them. This is where they're going to want to slow down because they've done so much and they still have a full round. They'll see the light at the end of the tunnel on round 4. This is where they need to dig.
Philroy Peters on the left and Noah Wilson on the right in particular. There is not much arm movement at all. Are they doing that to minimize the fatigue on the overhead position?
Honestly, I feel like I personally would like to be shaking them out a little bit more. I'd want to be getting blood flow into those arms. My guess is that he's feeling tight and he's feeling restricted. Is why he's not moving his arms as much.
My lungs are feeling restricted as well from here.
I don't know. Maybe this is just me, you know, being a taller, longer athlete, but some of the bigger athletes, I think sometimes you can feel restricted in your running motion when you have the frame of the runner around you. I don't know if that's always the case, but I think especially under fatigue, the arms start to kind of creep up. Tightness, soreness, blood filling up the upper body a little bit. You kind of try and keep everything nice and compact and not get too much wasted motion, even though they could benefit from a little bit more arm movement driving through each one of those steps.
Yeah, that's a great point.
Leonardo Grattino, as you mentioned, Kat, those arms, that torso just a little bit looser, being able to, I don't know, lessen the fatigue. Just seems like those shoulders from Noah and Philroy. Oh, there you go. There's the shakeout. We just saw it.
It helps, and like Tommy spoke about at the start of this workout, of kind of like breaking it into like the first 100 meter of the run is really just to get yourself going. Then there's the 300 meters where basically the majority of the run you want to stay at a good pace that is sustainable for you, and hopefully you can make up some ground. And then the last 100 meters really are just to prepare for the overhead squat. So if you need to slow down that run a little bit, if you need to start shaking out those arms so that you can basically, if you look now, he can transition and he's going to want to pick up that barbell and get right to work.
Noah Wilson doing exactly that, getting straight back to work. And as we mentioned, Tommy, those hands at the far end of that barbell, we actually joked about it yesterday. Some athletes might have to grab the outside of the plates. Ryan Jevning now making a jump in second position. He is in lane number 9, just to the top left of your screen.
But Noah's positioning looking really good. Good position of the torso, able to snatch that first rep, dive right into the first squat. So far, solid performance from Noah.
Noah Wilson just getting a little bit skewed on that right side, so maybe one side getting favored more than the other. Jevning not too far away from finishing either. Len Postel to the left of Jevning, and to the right, it is Simon Zelena.
Well, it takes a lot of additional work on the side to make sure that the shoulders and the stability and strength to be able to hold barbells under fatigue overhead, that you're even, right? Because what happens is one shoulder can start to fatigue faster than the other. Your positioning dips, and you start to see some rotation from the athletes. They almost start to do that slow creeping 180, and that's a recipe for disaster, especially towards the end when you're just fighting for every rep.
And especially when your feet are cemented to the floor. Jevning trying to chase down our leader, Noah Wilson, in lane 5. Still 6.5 minutes left of our time cap. Kian Dumpy back to the rig. And Leonardo Grattino in the blue shirt, making a jump into 4th. The Italian. A chance to go top 3 in the first heats.
One thing to kind of keep in mind in the later heats as well is what shoe choice athletes go for. We've seen a couple of athletes with some runners on. A lot of times with the runners, you have a little bit more padding, a little bit higher heel to toe drop, and that puts you in a little bit different position than what you're used to when you're doing a heavy or overhead squat. So some might choose for the traditional trainer, but it's not going to be the best shoe for you on that true form runner.
Yeah, it's going to be significantly harder to overhead squat in runners. You're going to be falling. You're going to be constantly feeling like you're falling a little bit forward, harder on the quads. And again, that might get a little bit harder on the shoulders because it might feel like it's constantly falling. So with the true form runner, I feel like a lot of the athletes will opt for trainers because it doesn't make as big of a difference as if you're on solid ground outside.
Yeah. Noah Wilson well out in front. Leonardo Grattino starting to make a move now into second position ahead of Jevning. Phil Peters falling off the pace a little bit. Kian Dumpy still in the top 4. Simon, Zelina, top of your screen in the white tank top, now to the right of your screen. Lead changing, we saw that in the elite teams for the first 2 heats. But Noah Wilson, start to finish so far.
We got word that the athletes during the briefing were told not to dump the bar from the top for some of these overhead squats. So I don't know about you, Kat, at the end of a workout like this, having the situational awareness to try and lower the bar at least a little bit might be the last thing that's on your mind, but in some aspects very important depending on the situation with the event venue or the safety of the transitions between athletes.
Exactly. I think it's very often the tightness of the lanes. You just want to make sure that, yes, you're trying to go as fast as possible, but you're also trying to keep the environment safe and also fair for all athletes, because if you do dump it from above and if you are getting, as you say, rotational shaky at the end, the bar can roll into another person's lane and it might cut off a couple of seconds of you, which is not fair.
Jevning, part of the WFP season 2025. And probably knows what to expect.
But yeah, 2 athletes, Pietro Androloni and Jevning, 2 athletes that competed in the Challenger division during the inaugural season. So as far as experience is concerned, they're the 2 that know a little bit more of what to expect from a weekend like this under this competitive banner.
Wilson making a charge, and with 3 minutes left on our time cap, let's have a look at that position. How is the shoulder fatigue and the torso going to react? A little bit wider feet, but it seems to be working well for him.
Finishing up those last overhead squats. He's going to want to hold on to that bar for dear life.
Honestly, it just does not seem like 185 pounds.
It doesn't. He's rock solid with his upper body so far.
Leonardo Grattino making a move now in the blue shirt. Ryan Jevning in the back. This is going to be a tight one, but Noah Wilson is going to take out our first heat of our individual men's fields. 17:51 unofficial time. Grattino, what a charge. Pace to perfection. Simon, Zelina to the top of your screen, just taking a quick break. Ooh, Jevning failing that rep. But Grattino, great stuff from him. 18:23 unofficial time.
I think when we look at failed reps like that, we kind of look at the cost of a failed rep. And an overhead squat at this weight at the end of a workout is very costly because it's not, you know, like an air squat that you just do another one. This is something that you're very taxed. You're going to have to get it back into place overhead. Some of them are trying to snatch it. And so you really have to weigh and measure that accurately. Do you risk it or do you go for security there?
Simon Zelina. Oh, wow. Getting the jump and costly no reps. That's how costly it is.
And Victor Garcia Deval made a huge push on that last round of overhead squats as Jevning was struggling to get the final few reps and starting to get the speed wobbles a little bit. The last man into the competition made sure he was one of the first few to the finish line. And if you didn't know you were competing here a few weeks ago and you come out with that performance on the first workout, I'd be pumped.
Oh, we're seeing some waffles.
Oh, we're
so exciting.
Getting into the last 30 seconds. Philroy Peters is done. The UK boy with plenty of supports. And came out of the gates hot, but just couldn't hang on to it. Zelina not able to hang on. Oh, it's a failed reps. Kian Dunphy. And you've got to try something at the back end.
Yeah.
An overhead squat is really one of the toughest ones to watch as people hit fatigue on that because it's so technical. There's so much going on. And like you said, the cost of each rep is so, so heavy.
It's also so hard to regain that stability once it starts kind of shaking and the bar's over. It's like you're on a balance beam.
Oh, gosh.
Great start to competition. Noah Wilson, what a performance.
And for the first heat of the pro men, we had a strong start from a few athletes, but as we got into the second and third round, Noah Wilson's running prowess really started to show. Made quick work of the overhead squats, and he gets to kick his weekend off here in London with a Heat 1 win and a few good races behind him to boot.
Noah Wilson, the 22-year-old coming into competition for the first time. He's standing by with Lauren Smith.
Noah, congratulations. Some of your best workouts have come from running on the competition floor. Was there a secret to pacing that true form runner?
The first 300, I was like relaxed. The last 200, I pushed every single round. So I was able to catch my breath after the first 300 and then just get right to the red squats.
You were quite open about the disappointment coming out of the Mayhem Classic. Finishing with a Heat win to open up your weekend, what does that do for confidence?
Yeah, I mean, I know what I can do. I mean, they asked me earlier why I was here, and I said to win. I don't come to compete, so.
I mean, you've said to win, but what does success look like this weekend?
Win. Win. Winning's winning. Anything less than first is not winning.
We can't wait to see you absolutely crush it. Great work.
Thank you.
Lauren and Noah, thank you. And if you're not first, you're last. Kat, you didn't just go to compete, did you?
No. And I think I love that attitude. And you come in and you want to give it everything that you have. Some people are coming here to get experience, and some people are coming here to compete. Neither is right or wrong. And I love that he's coming in with that. He wants to give it. He's giving it a crack.
Give it a crack, absolutely. And who's giving it a crack? It is Heat 2. They're onto the competition floor shortly.
Number 10, Quinn Robinson, United States. Lane 9, Samuel Cournoyer, Canada. Lane 8, Andreas Jimenez, Norway. Lane 7, Victor Helsinghoff, Norway. Lane 6, Toby Buckland, United Kingdom. Lane 5, Satu Eronemo, Finland. Lane 4, Fabian Beneto, Spain. Lane 3, Alex Katoulas, Greece. Lane 2, Tom Kingdon, United Kingdom. Lane 1, Mikko Liliorg, Estonia. 1 minute.
Heat number 2 onto the competition floor. Our lane assignments. And Mikko Liliorg coming out with those sunglasses on and those bright pink shorts.
Got to block out the haters.
You do. He's in lane number 1. You know his prowess in the pool. What can he do on the competition floor here? It is London Pro 1.
25 toes to bar, 500 meters on that true form, and 15 overhead squats at 185 pounds. They're going to do that 4 times.
Athletes getting prepared. Tatu Erenheimo, Sam Conway, eh?
Yeah, it's been a while since we've seen Sam high-level competition, but he is one of the most skilled athletes on the floor, and Quinn Robinson on your screen has a sub 5-minute mile. He's competed here at World Fitness Project on a team. Definitely an athlete to watch.
Heat number 2 underway. Tough 20 minutes ahead. Now, probably smart from Mikko down in lane number 1 to the far left. It's pretty bright on the competition floor. Maybe just blocking that out, I don't know.
Got to be able to handle the bright lights somehow.
Mikko, part of our 2025 season as well. Fittest man in Estonia. Seen Mikko compete already this year in Abu Dhabi at the Crucible, and very quick in the pool.
We're seeing more athletes, I think, choose or opt for that longer kip swing for the toes to bar to start, usually with less reps overall.
That'll be the key. The blueprint presented by Trueform.
Well, you saw one and done there. I think the focus is for both the toes to bar and the overhead squats, even as you get fatigued, no more than 1 break on each implement and then be done with it. And that middle 300, I think, you know, you can maybe even shift it, as you heard from Noah Wilson a second ago, but there's about 300 meters where you can really make your move. And then you're really starting to make your mental adjustment coming onto the to the runner for the first 100, or getting ready for the overhead squats in the last 100.
We've spoken about experienced athletes coming into the field. Athletes in heat number 2, some of these names are becoming more and more relevant in competition now, and some we've seen a lot of in the previous couple of years, and probably those we're going to be seeing for a lot longer. Some of the youngsters coming through in competition. Victor Helsingov, one of those athletes. Andreas Temenis.
I mean, you go across the board, there's athletes that have been present at high-level international competitions for quite some time. You go to, like, Alex Katoulas, who's, you know, showed up multiple times in Dubai. Fabian Beneto-Celis is a games qualifier, has competed at high-level competitions all around the globe.
Team competition at Copenhagen as well.
Yep.
Quinn Robinson to the far right. Sam Conway, first 2 hands in the air from the judges. They're not too far away from getting off Temenis. 3rd athlete in. Victor Helsingov.
So here's one of the advantages of being able to go narrow grip, is that it's so much less risky if you can clean and jerk it rather than snatching the weight. So he goes to a narrow grip, clean jerks it, he's in a stable overhead position, and can then proceed to go with all of his overhead squats.
So let's talk about position of that overhead squat. Mikko Liliorg at the bottom of screen, that head all the way forward. He's trying to just counterbalance his mobility in his shoulders.
Probably, and as you can see, there's slight rotation, so I think he's going to be good on this round. We'll see how it plays out. To me, it looks like he's going to fatigue for the later rounds. And as you say, it's counterbalancing, but he's not stacked, and he's not in a strong position.
And that's tough, right? Especially as you get fatigued in the later rounds, right? Like if you don't have the mobility to keep that upright torso and those shoulders and everything stacked on top of each other, something has got to give. And usually that, you know, you'll see people push the hips back further, almost like a low bar back squat.
And then that instability starts creeping in. So I think that's something that might catch up with him in about round 3.
Helsingov, our first athlete back. Second back was Tatu Erinheimo from Finland, wearing the black shirt. Erinheimo in lane number 5 is about to finish up as Helsingov gets to work on the true form runner, round number 2, Quinn Robinson. 7th place at the Mayhem Classic. Good start coming from team competition into individual. How much of a jump is it for athletes to go from team and then decide, hey, I'm going to give individual competition a crack? How hard is it?
I've never done the team competition. I've always had the individual. And so to me, it kind of feels a little bit, and this is me from the outside kind of looking in, it kind of feels like more pressure. Like when it's you on the floor, it really is just you on the floor, and you have to take full responsibility for whatever is happening. There's no one to pull you up. There's no one to ground you. It's all you, which there's comfort in that too, because all you have to rely on is yourself. And personally, I always did like that. But there's also that side of a team where you can you share wins, you also share losses. And sometimes I feel like there's also that pressure if you never want to let your teammates down, but there's also, the side of it that it probably is a little bit more fun. And so I think the overall broad perspective is that there's slightly less pressure on team. You probably want to be a little bit more skilled versus an individual more well-rounded.
Yeah, you've even heard that echoed from athletes making the jump from individual to team, right? It's a different type of motivation.
Yeah.
You're much more intrinsically motivated as an individual because you're the only one out there competing. And then suddenly when you move to team, you have other people that you're worried about letting down. And that extrinsic motivation can really be powerful and can really pull you into different areas of performance. And I think it's neat and interesting to see athletes be able to do both. And a lot of times for the early days of the sport, the team competition was seen as like the breeding ground for individuals. You get experience on the team, and then you make the transition over to individual comp.
Quinn Robinson will be first off the true form runner. It's been a good performance. I'll take that back. It won't be. Helsingov just ahead. So Quinn Robinson just easing off the last couple of seconds, but they will get to work Quinn Robinson straight into that snatch position. And as a very tall athlete, trusting yourself to go into that first snatch at a reasonably heavy weight. I won't say very. For me, it's very, but a reasonable heavy weight for these athletes.
And for the athletes with really good situational awareness on the floor, those are the little checkpoints that I think you can kind of mentally create almost kind of performance cues for yourself. Because if Quinn Robinson is getting off the true form and he's like, hey, each round I'm getting off just a little bit behind Victor, but I know I'm going to snatch that one first, that's a little, almost like a benchmark that can really focus mentally on to give yourself a little bit of a push, and then try to expand that with each round. Get off closer to Victor with each round, and then build the lead coming off of the overhead squats every time.
Quinn Robinson, your new leader. And his journey, what does he want? He wants a pro card for next year. What a goal to get.
Hey, no sense in setting the bar low, right? Not with that mustache.
Cornway onto the toe to bar. Tatu Erinheimo in lane 5. And your leader up to the barbell in the previous round, Victor Helsingov. Again. And one of our taller athletes, I think he's cut himself short at 6 foot. I think there's a lot more there.
Yeah. Normally it's the other way around.
It is.
So it's something that I'm noticing in these first two heats is the walking transitions. So I think that's going to be the biggest change. They're going unbroken in these heats too, on the toes to bar, on the overhead squats. I think the biggest change that we're going to see as these heats progress is the faster transitions. And I think that's where you truly make a mark. Like you were talking about, like, you know, passing, that's how you make a mark in passing. When you're trying to create a gap, when somebody jogs past you, sprints past you in a transition and picks the bar up fast, it's like oh whoa, he feels that good, you know? It's a confidence thing, even though maybe you're dying too. But I think that's something that these guys are not doing, and I'm guessing that, you know, certainly by the final men's heat, that's what we're going to be seeing, is they're going to be doing this unbroken, they're going to be holding a good pace, and they're going to be transitioning well.
And it can be a benefit for the passer. If you've ever, ever spent time with Chris Hinshaw, he'll talk about when you're running, you get a boost as you pass that person too. And there's definitely a benefit for it mentally and physically.
It's a pass with authority. Yep. Don't ever pass and make them see that you're tired, because then you're gonna chase them with you. If they think you feel good, they're gonna let you go.
Do it with a smile on your face, even if it's a forced smile.
Just hitting the 10-minute mark. We're at the halfway point of our second of 5 heats for pro number 1 here at the tour stop 1. But let's head down to Lauren Smith on the floor.
Thanks, guys. Look, in lane 7 and 8, you've got Victor Hesselinghoff and Andreas Timnes. Now, these guys are on 2 different coaching programs. Timnes with the Krieger crew, Hesselinghoff with Ben Smith out of Krypton. But they have been training together for the last 2 weeks, and they actually both tested this workout together. Now, Thomas Pettersson of Krieger wasn't quite willing to give me their times, but the fact that they are now lane by lane, side by side, and able to pace a little bit off what they were doing in training is a really cool way to roll out that opening workout in the comfort of home, shall we say, here at Tour Stop 1.
Thank you, Lauren. And Quinn Robinson, it does not even, it looks like a broomstick.
Oh, yeah.
It's so easy.
So smooth on the overhead squats.
And going back to Victor Hesselinghoff before, he's looking very labored on that run now and not relaxed at all. He may be working just a little bit too hard on that true form runner, but Quinn Robinson.
Even just look at the facial posture, how calm and relaxed he looks underneath that 185-pound barbell.
Quinn Robinson on his way back now. Another round done.
And talking about the mental aspect of passing with authority, look at the look that Sam Cournoyer gave Quinn Robinson as he was jogging back the other direction. That's one of the reasons why you do that, right? To give yourself a mental edge over your competitors.
Hesselinghoff, has he gone out a little bit too hot? Aaron Hamo with great overhead position, great depth as well. Quinn Robinson taking a break on those toe to bar.
Yeah.
Mikko Liljeorg now starting to walk, but as they say, slow reps are better than no reps.
Exactly. So I think that's some inexperience in there. He probably got excited about the competition. He felt good on rounds 1 and 2, and he went out too hot. But that really cost him. It counts so slow when you're walking. It's much better to go out at a slightly slower pace, but continue that pace throughout.
Quinn Robinson back to the true form runner. And the originator of the curve, the treadmill built for uncompromising performance, the true form runner. Just scan that QR code on your screen. He is looking in great shape.
He looks so calm. This workout is under control for him.
And we mentioned that he has a sub 5-minute mile. He's also been able to do a 5-minute mile and a 500-pound back squat in the same day. And when you have that top end speed at that distance, everything else just falls into place, right? That means he's trained and done running intervals at a faster pace, and everything below that just feels smooth and controlled. You can tell how comfortable he is with his stride, with his posture on the true form.
You see him shaking out. You know that he's already now thinking about the overhead squats, how he can get there fast, transition well.
I did notice on that last set of overhead squats, he just took a split second at the bottom just to get the bar exactly where he wanted before he started squatting. The snatch.
And we spoke about this on the Pulse in the lead up to the competition. Noah Wilson and Quinn Robinson kind of becoming fast friends and training partners in preparation for this weekend, because for both of them, this is one of their first major international individual competitions. So kind of teaming up and rallying together, and we're seeing it pay dividends for both of them so far.
I mean, it's so great in a couple of aspects. If you think about it, they're coming into this competitions. Neither one has experience at, you know, this caliber field, and so there's comfort in that. Of they have that friendship, they have that comfort of they know each other. They do this in training, and so they come here and they can warm up together. And even if it's just that touch point of like that grounding, that gives them some confidence and calm going into this weekend. And then the other aspect, it's so amazing. Training partners are magic. It is, doing something alone can sometimes feel so tedious or nerve-wracking, but doing it with somebody else, it's exciting. It gives you that, it's easier to push hard.
Quinn Robinson still in control, still in charge of this second heat. And if I was that barbell, I'd be scared.
He's chasing down the top time from the previous heat. Noah Wilson, 17:49, so that could be in serious danger.
He has not looked fatigued in any aspect. The total bar obviously has been the one where he's started to break up reps.
But if you look at that too, that's the place to break up reps, because you can break up a rep and you're only 2 seconds behind because you jump down, you jump right back up.
As we're chatting, a little bit of fatigue starting to creep in that midline.
But that's great composure from him, though. You saw his hips start to rock back on the way up. Didn't really break stride, just took an extra second at the top and locked in.
Oh, that twist of that torso.
Uh-oh. Oh,
no. He's got enough of a lead, though.
Yeah. He's still got to be thinking about the next 3 heats.
17:49, the unofficial time. Sam Conway not far away, but Quinn Robinson absolutely crushing this first event. Here we go.
This is where it would be very helpful for him to have in his skill set to do the wide grip clean and jerk, because that's where under this fatigue, you're going to start failing the snatches.
Conway, few behind, easy done for Quinn Robinson.
Good job.
Great stuff from Quinn Robinson from CrossFit Trivium in the United States. Conway looking great.
Look at the turnover rate for each rep. I mean, for Sam, obviously hitting the jets at the end is important to have something for that final push, but I don't know, if you have that much in the tank, do you feel like maybe you left a little bit out there on the floor?
Looking at him right now, I think you maybe should have run a little bit faster.
Conway done. Tatu, Aaron Hamo will finish in third. Victor Helsingov will be in fourth.
And that's a great push from Tatu in the final 2 rounds. He hung towards the middle of the pack early and made a push late. That's going to beat the top time from the previous heat, and Noah Wilson as well. So for Tatu, this is his first big jump up into a big competition like this. He won the top competition in Finland earlier this year. That was kind of the motivation to try and push as an individual, and a strong showing to start the weekend.
Helsingov finishes his first workout of the weekends. Benito. As Benito finishes up. Koutulis, one of our Greek athletes. And what a good challenge. Patoulis getting finished up. Jimenez not far away from finishing. The final rep, Andreas Jimenez. And Mika Liliorg, who went out blazing. Getting close to that time cap of 20 minutes. And both athletes are going to miss out on getting this one completed. Toby Buckland and Miko Liliorg. And wow, you go out too hot. This is what's going to happen. Impressive. First two heats down, Quinn Robinson. Wiping the floor with that one.
Quinn making the jump from the team to individual here and really leaned into his prowess on the true form runner, but it certainly helped that he was able to maintain chunks on the toes to bar, and despite a little snafu on the final overhead squat that cost him around 40 seconds, he had enough of a lead built up that he could trot to the finish line in first.
What a way to start for Quinn Robinson. Absolutely crushing workout number one. He's standing by with Lauren Smith.
Quinn, you definitely kept us on the edge of our seats there. It was 40 seconds from the no rep until you crossed the line. How did you keep your composure in what was quite a stressful moment?
I didn't know it was 40 seconds until now. That's worse than I thought. Good, good. I just figured the only way to get done with that workout was to get one more rep. But shoulders and grip were feeling pretty burned up, so I'm just glad I got it.
You came across the line, you said to me, oh, I'm knackered, that was a tough one. Will Morad persuaded you to sign up. Have you got any choice words for him after opening a heat win like that?
Yeah, he sure did persuade me to sign up. I'm glad he did. This is really cool to be here. The team's done an amazing job. The floor is beautiful, and the volunteers and the staff all know what's going on, so grateful to be here, and thanks to Will.
We look forward to seeing you chase your pro guard. Congratulations.
Thanks so much.
Unassuming, but wow, what a performance.
Yeah, I mean,
40 seconds. It was worse than I thought.
And even if it was worse than he thought, I mean, generally speaking, I like to see an athlete pace it like that. The difference between just a perfect execution and, you know, maybe going just a smidge too hot as one rep. To me, you're right on that razor's edge of top performance.
Yes.
That's right where you need to be if you're Quinn Robinson.
Exactly.
And great result, 17:02, 47 seconds ahead of Noah Wilson's time from that first heat. Heat 3 coming up.
Lane number 9, Spencer Panchik, United States. In lane number 8, Fran Hurtado, Costa Rica. Lane number 7, Julius Kisa, Germany. Lane number 6, Tommaso Pieri, Italy. Lane number 5, Matt Gilpin, Australia. Lane number 4, Troy Clay, United States. Lane number 3, Rodan Gomba, Mexico. Lane number 2, Georgios Karabis, Greece. Estes Artemis, Greece.
Our lane assignments for our third of 5 heats. For our first workout of our first day at our first tour stop. We're at the drum sheds. We talk about world fitness projects. Greece, Mexico, the United States, Australia, Italy, Germany, Costa Rica, and Denmark all represented. It is Pro 1.
4 rounds for time of some toes to bar, a 500-meter run, and 15 overhead squats. These men will have 185 on the barbell.
17:02, Quinn Robinson's time, the one to beat from Stroyer from Butcher's Lab in Denmark.
Top performer in the qualifier for London here.
Matty Gilpin, the lone Aussie, represented here at tour stop number 1 for season 2.
And Matt's a good runner in his own right. The question for him is that 185 barbell at the end.
We've seen a couple of different variations of what success looks like so far. Have you pinpointed something that's going to work, or is it just going to be dependent on your body type and your strengths and weaknesses?
I mean, we've seen 2 strong performances from Noah and Quinn so far, and both of them have seemed competent across the board. So it may just be one of those things where, like, you can't have a chink in the armor for any one of these movements, and you're going to have to keep the pedal on the gas even through the 500 meters on the run of the entirety of this workout.
Yeah, I think you're spot on with it's the well-rounded athletes. It's you can't not have toes to bar. You can't not be efficient on those overhead squats and be able to move them well, you know. But it's obvious that the best runners are coming in first, as long as they can overhead squat and toes to bar, transition well. So very much, I think we're just going to see the best well-rounded athletes are going to come out on top on this one.
One of our Greek athletes, Yorgos Karavis, in lane number 2, the first to get rid of the toes to bar. Now live scoring. Just a reminder that we are going to be counting down those reps down to 0. Couple of athletes in the field that we did see in season 2025. Roland Goldbaum, Troy Clay, Matty Gilpin, Tommaso Pieri, Julius Kiza, Fran Hurtado. And our blueprint presented by Trueform.
Obviously, unbroken is best, but no more than 1 strategic break on any one of these movements for the toes to bar and overhead squat and be done with it. And then the middle 3 on this Trueform runner, the middle 300 meters is going to be key, especially for the runners that can maintain and stick to the planned pace throughout.
And we talk about 5 rounds of anything's tough. 3 rounds is normally pretty good. 4's, but 5 is just, how do you strategize and pace out a 5-rounder? 4, excuse me, 4. It's been a long morning already.
But it's true, though. It's very different between the 4 and the 5 because number 1, first round, they feel good. And we saw that in some of the previous rounds that they're going to feel good on this round. They might go out a little bit too hot. You know, round number 2, you can still keep up. Round number 3, it's where it's going to hit you. And if you're on round number 3 and it hits you and you have 5 rounds, you're going to be in an uh-oh. But if it's only 4 rounds, you can kind of still pull yourself through. It's long. It's a tricky one because 3 rounds per time you can kind of power through. 5 rounds per time you got to pace. 4 rounds, I think you can play. The best athlete is going to be able to play that mind game. That when it gets hard on round number 3, you tell yourself it's just this one. You got 1 more. Everybody can see the light on the last round.
Our teammates not messing around, and probably some of the best overhead position I've seen so far this morning. He was on and off those overhead squats very quickly. And I was just thinking about when you're talking about those rounds, Quinn Robinson, if he had another round to do, could have been in a bit of trouble.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
he would have had to have broken up those overhead squats.
And I think the best athletes too, they kind of try and gauge how, not only how am I feeling this round, but try and gauge how am I feeling this round and try and project forward on how am I going to feel for 1 or 2 more rounds.
You can see Anestis in lane number 1 doing his toes to bar with his eyes closed. Not concerned with what's around him. Who needs to see for toes to bar anyways?
I've seen people do that on the rower just to try and feel a better position back and forth, but I've not seen that on toe to bar ever.
Yeah, sometimes it's blocking out extra input from the sensory perspective just to be able to focus on either it's breathing or grip or a singular thing that you're really focused on for that movement. Also on the rower too, for sometimes people looking at the screen and seeing maybe a pace or a number that you don't want to see can have a negative mental effect, so you're just trying to block that out as well.
I'm sure I'm running faster than that.
Yeah.
Artemis, your current leader in the black shirts. Another Greek athlete, Karavis Golbam. Lots of experience competing last year at the World Fitness Tour, Season 1.
Roldan started the World Fitness Project season last year with a podium in the Challenger Men's division. Finished it with a podium on the team division with Invictus as well. So no stranger to competition here for the WFP. And just to his left, you see Anestis and Yorgos Karavis, 2 Greek athletes. We have a strong Greek contingent here with Katoulis in that first heat. Anestis really kind of the next man up as far as the younger athletes and trying to follow in the footsteps of Yorgos, who broke through to the games, and Alex, who's been performing at a high level across international competitions for the larger part of a decade now.
True form, the originator of the curved treadmill, built for uncompromising performance. Just scan that QR code on your screen. And you can run like these guys. Or sort of. You can try to run like these guys. Artemis, your current leader. Karavis, our 2 Greek athletes leading the charge in our first workouts. And how important into competition, you've got, say, 3 or 4 or 5 days, whatever it might be. How important is it to get a good start? We've seen Patrick Vellner in previous competitions, like just crash and burn and then have to claw yourself out of that. How much easier is it to set yourself up with a good performance early?
It's in a 3-day weekend with, they have 7 events. You know, very often on a 3-day weekend it's only 6, so at least they have the 7. But it's still not that many events, so it really is important. On a 4-day weekend, let's take Copenhagen, for example, in the finals. It is, you have more wiggle room. If you have a bad event, you have more events to make it up. You don't have that many events here to make it up. So a strong start really is going to set you up for a strong season, but also it's an incredible skill to have if you do have a bad event, to be able to shake it off, know that it's a long season ahead. This counts towards your whole score for the whole tour, and just being able to kind of flip that page. But I know that every single one of these athletes is going to want to start strong, going to want to have that confident start and be able to ride that momentum. That's always, like, very obviously, always the best way to start.
Artemis, again, some wonderful overhead position. Karavis also having to work extra hard on that true form runner. But let's head down to the floor with Lauren Smith.
Thanks, guys. I've just been speaking to Andre Houdet of No Shortcuts Training, and we were speaking about the management of transitions and how he's worked with his athlete, Tommaso Pieri. Now, the toaster bar to the run and the overhead squats to the toaster bar, those are push transitions. He wants to see his athlete running. However, coming off the runner to the overhead squat, that's all about management and getting yourself into a position in which you cannot put that bar down as soon as it goes overhead.
Interesting strategy, Lauren. Thank you for that. And good way to think about it. How are you going to reduce the time on that clock and get a more efficient time on the board?
Well, I love Andre Houdet's approach to training, and he's just a student of the game, you know, a high-level athlete in his own right, having made the games and competed at a high level both on teams and as individuals, stepping aside to run no shortcuts training. He's been able to really start to build a solid base of high-level athletes. Saw Victor Hoffer do so well at Mayhem Classic just a couple of weeks ago.
Very impressive.
Our two Greek athletes, Artemis Karavas. Karavas making up a little bit of time on the toe to bar, both getting to the true form runner at the same time. Spencer Panchik just sitting all on his own in lane number 9. Good or bad? You're out on your own where no one can really see you because the other leaders are at the far end.
Yeah, I feel like he's definitely putting himself into contention and with some of the later heats, and this is where, you know, a good imagination comes into comes in handy. You just have to imagine that they're right there next to you. So even if nobody is there, you always want to imagine that somebody's getting off the runner, somebody's getting to the bar, and just force yourself to move at that pace that you've imagined somebody ahead of you.
And Spencer just took a peek down the line. It really kind of depends on the how the workout is laid out. But if you're on the end sometimes, that gives you a clear down the line shot of everybody in the heat.
Yeah.
Whereas the guys that are kind of in the mix in the middle don't always get that same view of you. So if he's trying to kind of sneak up and make a push to catch some of these athletes, could be an advantage for him.
And this is kind of that round where we've been seeing the most separation. So this is round 3. They're already taxed. They still have some work to do.
And look, we just saw Spencer on the runner. His posture is still very good. It looks like he's got a little spring in his step. He doesn't look overly heavy through the shoulders.
Yeah.
Artemis Karavas continuing. Two athletes at the bottom of your screen. Karavas actually now jumping into the lead. And Jorgis taking a little bit more time with the overhead squats, but increasing his pace on the toe to bar and the run. It's been a great battle with our two Greek athletes in lanes 1 and 2. And again, that head dipping forward on Karavas. Panchik making his way to the bar. And Project 1 San Diego sign up. Coming back to California on May 25th. So make sure you grab that QR code and sign up for Project 1 San Diego.
See a lot of runners in this heat. We see them tipping on their toes on these squats, which does make them substantially harder. It takes a lot of that stability out of the squat, but they're handling it well.
Artemis getting done, and the walk back as Karavas jogs back.
But it should be noted that Jorgis starting to struggle a little bit with the overhead squats in that last round. Anestis was just in a better position overhead. Same with Spencer Panchik as well. You know, credit to Jorgis Karavas if he's able to kind of grit through the overhead squats and hold on for the top position despite maybe being in a less than optimal position. Speaks to his grit and the fitness he's built, but
Jorgis getting to work. His favorite fuel, pizza and burgers.
Oh,
can't go wrong. I'm gathering there's going to be a few of those Sunday night.
I'm excited for him.
Okay, that's one thing we were chatting about off air, about fueling. What is the best way to fuel? We spoke about at breakfast this morning. Like, you've got athletes that go into a hotel and they've got a massive buffet. Do you just fuel with whatever's there, or are you particular about what you get?
You're going to be very particular about what you get. If you're competing, you're going to want to keep everything as close to what you always do as normal. You don't want an upset belly. You don't want something sitting weird. You're going to want to know I have eggs and oatmeal every morning. It sits well on my belly, and I know that I can go push hard in training, and I feel good, and I'm very fueled for the day. So when I go compete, I want to have eggs and oatmeal and just know that I have a solid start to the day, and I'm going to feel good when I go out there on the floor.
Panchik now making a move. And Karavis has got some company. And our team is now dropping back to third position, just getting to the true form runner now.
Anestis was really struggling with that last set of toes to bar. Had to come off a couple of times. Actually pulled his hat down low. You can see it to almost block his vision.
And there's been workouts, there's been events over the years where you were talking about it before, Kat, about just visualizing something else.
Yeah.
Long trail runs and the like. Well, where do you go mentally? Like,
I think it's very dependent on what the workout is. So, for example, if this is a long bike or a long row, sometimes it's nice to kind of disassociate a little bit from what you're doing and just do the work. On a workout like this, I very much go into details. Like, I like being very present in what I'm doing. I like thinking about right here, I think about my breath. I know that if I breathe every 6th step, I am under control, so I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, breathe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, breathe. So I'm literally, that's what's going on in my head. And then I move and I think about hand positioning, and I think about that on the squat. So I'm very, very focused on minor details, and I do that very repetitively, and that keeps me going and focused through the workout.
that's where I've been going wrong. I breathe every every millisecond.
But that's something I learned from Hinshaw. If I'm down to 5 breaths or breathing every 5, I know I can only sustain it for a certain amount of time. So I can do that at the end of a workout. If I'm breathing every 7 steps, I'm in a zone 2 kind of pace. So it's very informative for my body and for my mind to know how I'm breathing.
Yorgos Karavis heading to the barbell just on 1 minute to get that time from Quinn Robinson. Keep in mind, Quinn Robinson wasting that 40 seconds with that final rep.
Yeah, Quinn got off the runner ahead of where Yorgos is right now, but like you mentioned, that 1 rep could be the difference if he's able to hold on for all 15.
Yorgos, new dad. Add that to the repertoire as well. One of the toughest jobs, but the most rewarding.
Which means he's probably not
sleeping.
getting the normal sleep.
Karavis getting close now, just on 20 seconds to get this complete. I'm loving the patience that Yorgos is going through right now. Oh, this is going to be a great performance.
Gotta run across.
Oh, Yorgos Karavis. 16:56. Impressive, and also impressive is the overhead position from Spencer Panchik.
It's so elegantly and perfectly programmed where it's kind of like you're right on that cusp of like, it's not a certain that you can go unbroken every time, but you can.
Yeah.
And so we're very much, it's making for very exciting finishes on these events where like they're just squeaking in that last rep or not.
Spencer Panchik getting in under that time from San Cormoyer by a couple of seconds. And how much faster are we going to go? Our team is starting off red hot and just starting to bite in that 3rd round. 4th round looks a lot better on those overhead squats. And still going to be a very competitive time across our first 3 heats. We've still got 2 to come. Noah Wilson's time goes past from heat 1. Our team is 18:07 unofficial time. Roldan will be next. Only a couple of reps to go. Goldbaum is in with 90 seconds left on our time cap. Tommaso Pieri. I have to say, over the years of watching overhead squats, and it's been a long time, 2007 I think, the improvement of position of overhead squat, has, it's just been incredible to see the change and athletes being able to do more.
Well, even just a small indicator of that, right, is the ability of athletes to do the narrow grip. For the longest time, it was just a given. You're going to go wide, you're going to give your shoulders all the room that they need to move and lock in. And now you have athletes that are so strong and such good positioning that they can bring the hands in and, you know, leverage that skill set to the utmost degree.
You have 30 seconds.
Julius Kisa. In all 3 tour stops in season 2025. Matty Gilpin. Speaking to Matt yesterday, he wasn't overly pumped about this one. And time is going to beat the rest of our athletes. Fran Hurtado not able to get that one complete either. Yorgos Karavas, great performance, great patience and good pacing.
And great pacing doesn't always mean you have to be out front early. We saw a pretty good pack of athletes led by Anestis Artemis out front, but over the course of the 4 rounds, Yorgos Karavas, his countryman from Greece, was able to reel him in and establish himself at the top and sets the time to beat so far with 2 heats remaining.
Impressive performance from Yorgos Karavas. Standing by with Lauren Smith.
Yorgos, you come into the weekend having won the qualifier. What was that experience like?
You know, I wasn't planning to do the qualifiers because the first tour was in Mexico. Then when you change it and you make it to the London, I say to myself, okay, let's try. And it was super, you know.
The qualifiers are now preparing for your first tour stop with a brand new baby daughter. How did you manage that workload?
You know, our life, because 14 months, changed a lot. We had a daughter, our lovely kid. But you know, my wife, Maria, supports me every day, every session, to continue to do what I love.
Well, do what you love. And we could see that on the floor. It was a great heat win. Talk me through the transitions and how you managed them.
You know, the combination of run and overhead squat made a lot of problems to my lower back. So I tried to push the transition from run to overhead and from overhead to toes to bar, make them unbroken, and go slower to the run. That was my plan, and works perfect for me.
It worked perfectly. Great job out there. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Impressive performance. A big shout out to all the supporting mums out there that are letting the gentleman get to work.
No doubt. A lot of time spent in the gym for an elite athlete like that, and it doesn't come without some sacrifices or some tremendous support from the people in your home life.
And Karavas, 16:56.
And let's bring out the heat.
But let's get into heat number 4.
In lane number 10, Tola Moraquinho, United States. Lane number 9, Colin Bossard, Switzerland. Lane 8, Nate Ackerman, United States. Lane 7, BKG, Iceland. Lane number 6, Travis Mayer, United States. Lane 5, Ty Jenkins, United States. Lane 4, Chris Ibarra, United States. Lane 3, Nick Matthew, United States. Lane number 2, Luka Čukić, Serbia. Lane number 1, Dani Camacho, España.
The first 10 of our signed pros hitting the competition floor. Elena Simons and some big names we're used to seeing in competition and performing well. London Pro number 1.
With a stout test of 4 rounds, 25 toes to bar, 500 meters on the true form, and 15 overhead squats. A nice, well-rounded workout here to kick things off. You see Luka Čukić returning as a pro from Season 1. Nate Ackerman, one of the young up-and-comers, and to his left, Colin Bossart, a great runner, great with gymnastics, has made some good improvements in his overall strength. This is a good opportunity to showcase it here. And then Ty Jenkins, hard not to be excited about what's ahead of him in terms of his future. I think he is one of the sports elite already, and he can only go up from here.
In saying that about Ty, discussing yesterday about who could potentially make the podium at the end of Sunday, and Ty's name was mentioned numerous times, and his progress over the last couple of years has been ridiculous.
Well, and for him, one of the things that's so great about this system is the access that something like a pro card gives you, right? You're a young and up-and-coming athlete. You're trying to consistently compete at the highest level with big names in the sport, with athletes with big pedigrees, and now he has a guaranteed 3-headed shot at some of the big names with all 3 of the stops here on the World Fitness Project Season 2, and that's just a huge opportunity for growth for him.
Mistake early from Chris Ibarra. Needed to go back and do an extra 5 reps. Is that something that pops into your head, that you think you're doing a certain rep scheme and you do it and off you go, and you're going, hang on a minute, we've seen it from some of the best in the business.
Yeah.
And they go,
Honestly, it doesn't happen very often. I think you're very, normally you've practiced the workouts, you're very, at least I've always been very aware of, you know, the reps that you need to do, but of course it can happen, and maybe he just blanked. And like we saw in the previous heat, some of the guys, they do close their eyes and maybe they're trying to just relax. He might relax a little too much, I don't know.
I like the fact that you're laughing about this. So you've never done it?
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
But it does happen. Because it just did.
It's one of those things, though, like, if it does happen, I don't think this will happen to him again. Like, this is the start of his competition. It's the first round. He's thinking, like, if this isn't trading, you're going to be like, I'm going to restart the workout. You know, but he can't do that here, and he just has to, like, he's going to come off the floor and say, I need to learn from this mistake. I need to be aware of the reps that I'm doing. And also, he has the judge there. The judge put up his hand. He should be aware enough to see I have 5 left.
Can we have a do-over, please?
I would argue that he's already let it go.
Oh, you'd have to. Now, does that put him in a little, we'll get to this in a sec, but a little bit of a hole, because he's now got to play a little bit of catch-up. But the blueprint, this presented by True Form.
Well, I think it happening early is a benefit for him, right? There's plenty of leash left to try and claw back, but for a lot of these athletes, you're not going to take more than 1 break and then be done with it with the overhead squat and toes to bar if you get to that point. And then there's plenty of opportunity on the runner, especially if you're a good runner. That middle 300 meters is where you're going to be able to make up some precious spots.
Exactly, and for something like this to happen, this is a great workout. You know, they have so much time. Most of them are going to be breaking the toes to bar, I think, up maybe once. And even if something like this happens and he didn't plan on breaking it up, he can make this up on a transition. Like, he's going to use the rest of this workout as fuel. Yeah, make this up.
Bossard making his way to the barbell for the first time, and a little bit of space between himself and the rest of the field. Ty Jenkins on the move in the blue shorts, center of your screen. Travis Mayer in the green shorts. They are your top 3. Bottom of the screen, Luka Čukić, BKG jumping in there as well, and Ibarra obviously shaking that mistake off. Camacho, let's hope those injuries that hampered him during season 25 have rectified themselves.
And credit to Danny for continuing to show up at every step, right? You know.
Tell you what. Bossard on the charge. The Swiss maestro. Now let's talk about position of legs for toe-to bar. Bent leg, straight leg, or is it all dependent on how strong your core is?
Very dependent on how your core is and how you utilize the kip. So I think the majority of athletes are going to want to bend those knees slightly towards their chest and then just give them the feet a little flick towards the bar. That way you're not taxing your core too much. You're kind of just utilizing the swing rather than actually using the muscles of the abdomen, which is going to fatigue. So if you're using more of a straight kip, this is just engineering. Basically, you're carrying more weight. And so some of them have a better stretch reflex, and so some of them can utilize it well, but most of them are going to want to bend those knees and flick them up towards the bar to make it lighter.
Bossard already on the true form runner, Luka Jukic. All bar Danny Comancho and Tola Maracanio onto the true form runner. And we caught up with Ty Jenkins earlier this week. This is what he had to say.
On this run, it's going to be about keeping a high cadence and a high turnover. For me, this is where I can pull ahead in the workout, but still hold a sustainable pace that allows me to get that overhead squat bar and rip those out. I think the separator for me in this workout is the run, and so that's where I really have to focus in, control the pace, not be stupid, but try to move faster than a lot of people.
That's how you do it. As simple as that.
It makes me so excited about him, like, as an athlete. He's so young. He's already so talented and so good, and putting himself in that conversation about, you know, being one of the best in the sport at this age, and he has a very good head on his shoulders.
Is that a detriment to younger athletes, and they see like the progress of, say, Dallin Pepper and James Sprague and those sort of athletes? Do they put that expectation on themselves early and they go, hey, I want to do all of this stuff, but you've just got to be patient?
Well, I think for the men specifically, the blueprint has been a little bit different in the transition from the teenage divisions to the elite men. There's almost been a gap here that's been needed because coming out of the teenage divisions, the overall strength, the ability to move some of the heavier loads and skill sets when you mix modalities has required that young male athletes kind of fill into their body a little bit. And that's just kind of how genetics in the development of the male athlete goes at that age. And I think for Ty, he can follow Dallin's blueprint to a T, right? They're both multi-year teenage champions. He saw someone as talented as Dallin take that extra year to be able to break through, really focus on development overall and not try to rush it, and then immediately step onto the scene with success. And that's really what Ty has done, right? He's a couple years removed from the teenage division. He's already at the top of the sport, and he has continually made improvements, and right now he looks really, really good.
And he's now moving through the barbell for the end of the second round, tracing down Colin Bossard, Travis Mayer. Coming into third position, Luka Jukic into fourth, Chris Ibarra into fifth, just to the right-hand side of Ty Jenkins and the far left of your screen. Ty Jenkins getting through these reps very quickly. Bossard taking a little bit more time. Let's talk about that for a quick second. Time and attention. Are you going quicker reps, or are you finding better position and going a little bit slower?
On this one, you're definitely finding better position and going a little bit slower, because going faster, you know, falling out of position a little bit forward, getting that rotation of the shoulders is going to overall make it so much harder. Taking that split second extra to make sure that you're stacked, getting in that good squat, not getting a no rep, is going to massively benefit you in the long run of this workout. And now getting into round 3, this is where I've been seeing the separation happen. Are they still maintaining that efficient movement? Are they still maintaining, I'm not even going to say speed, it's more like the smoothness of the reps and the overall just continuation of the workout.
Ty Jenkins chasing down your leader, Colin Bossard. Travis Mayer and Chris Ibarra battling out the same reps.
On the opposite end of the spectrum with Ty Jenkins is Travis Mayer at 35. You know, the youngest and oldest athletes pretty much side by side. When Travis Mayer broke through to the games, Ty Jenkins was 7 years old. So it's a testament to Travis's longevity and his ability to take care of his body and continue to put out a high level of performance.
I feel like that's our sport right at the moment. We have these opposite end of the spectrum. So a lot of turnover in the sport. So we still have these athletes that have been in the sport for the longest. So we have Travis Mayer, we have BKG, and then on the other end, we have Ty Jenkins, some of the youngest in the sport and the future of the sport. It's so exciting to see them compete together right at this time.
Big time. And with Travis, BKG about the same, 15 years of experience competing at the highest level.
So impressive.
How do you keep doing it? Like, it's just unbelievable. Travis obviously very busy mowing lawns and looking after 1,000 kids at the same time. There's not a lot of time to be doing stuff, so you've got to, I reckon, probably negotiate a little bit.
Well, you also just become better in you know, managing your time, right? It's the wisdom as you grow older on how to best make use of your time. You know, especially when you can't recover like you did when you were younger.
So I think it's a very hard thing to do, and it's something that I went through towards the end of my career, is accepting that you don't have the body that you did when you were 22 years old. When you're 22 years old, you pretty much you can wreck yourself one day and you bounce back the next, and you cannot do that for your whole career. And so kind of knowing where to slightly pull back, and the thing that the young ducklings don't have is the experience. And you cannot, the only thing that can give you that is the years of experience. And when you're at this stage in your career, like Travis and BKG, you have to trust and rely on that and know that you cannot do the same amount of training, but you have all the wisdom, you have all the experience, and you can rely on that, and you can compete better.
Do you miss it?
Yeah, I do. Can you tell? Yeah.
Just a little.
Yeah.
Ty Jenkins now jumping ahead of Colin Bussard. This is going to be a tight race to the finish. We are all chasing down 16:56, our time to beat from Yorgos Karavis. Quinn Robinson with second best time of 17:02. We're about to hit the overhead squats for the end of round number 3.
He made his move.
Jenkins, here we go.
That's what he said he was going to do.
Now Luca as well, getting to the true form runner in third position and going a little bit slower, but speeding up on the overhead squats and the toe to bar. Ty Jenkins, Chris Ibarra, 1-2. Bossard at the top of screen with no shirt.
Moving the bar well.
Ibarra, wow, those reps looking very good, very quick as well.
I think it's safe to say he shook off that early mistake. It's kind of recalibrated into attack mode.
Good battle going on now. Jenkins, Ibarra. And sitting in third, Nate Ackerman. Ackerman sitting in lane number 8. And this is going to be a tight one, finishing the same time as Travis Mayer and just ahead of Colin Bossard. But this battle now, Ibarra and Jenkins.
Only heightened by the fact that they're in lanes next to each other, right?
How much harder is it competing and you've got someone who's sort of...
It's easier.
You like
use it.
Okay.
Yeah, so if they're right in front of you, you kind of attach that band to them and you hold on. If you have somebody right behind you, you allow them to push you.
Talking of Luka Djukic before, his toe to bar have looked absolutely spectacular. Round 1 through round 4. Taking a quick break, but Ibarra just ahead. It's all going to come down to this run. It does competing alongside someone mess up your strategy a little?
So here's where experience comes in. You have to decide when you're going to allow it to mess you up, you know, or I shouldn't say mess you, when you should allow it to affect you, because you can use it to your advantage. At the start of a workout, you're going to want to stick to your pace. You don't want to be pulled into anybody else's race. At this point, you are going to want to be watching him. You're going to want to compete, and that's where you have to trust your training. I have to know. They know they're both good runners. They know they can compete. If he's going at that speed, he can too. And you kind of have to know where to push that line, where to hold on. This is the point of a workout where you're going to want to compete and see what you can do.
And the little things are going to matter here, the little cues that give you an idea of where these athletes are in terms of how they're feeling. On that last transition, Chris Ibarra sprint to the true form runner, hop right up, had a little pep in his step. You could see Ty Jenkins had to kind of dial something up to match that energy, but his head and his facial expressions kind of gave away that he was struggling a little bit. So I think we watch them get off the true form here, see how much different Ibarra manages that transition to the barbell.
The stride length also from Ibarra and Jenkins in the center of your screen. Ibarra a lot longer, less expenditure. Ibarra's got in the tank.
Ibarra's in drive mode right now. He has got the gas pedal down. He is in full control.
And if you get to his overhead squats from his previous round, a lot quicker than Ty Jenkins. This could be a Chris Ibarra mistake early and come through and win the heat.
Hey, sometimes it helps you lock in a little bit better, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Minute 30 till we get our time to beat from Yorgos Karavis. From heat number 3, we still have one heat to come. The second 10 pro athletes for the World Fitness Projects. Pro cards, accommodation, flights, everything sorted for you. Just got to turn up and compete.
And Ibarra just took a peek over at Ty. The hand for Ty's judge went up sooner. I like the chalk from Ibarra while he's on the runner, had it in the cup holder there.
Experience, there it is again.
That is also such a signal. He plans to transition fast. He plans to waste no time. Ty knows that Chris Ibarra was faster than him on the squats. He needs a little, he's looking.
Interesting, Ty Jenkins shaking out those arms prior to going to the barbell.
He's gotta go.
Ty did start early in the last set, but Chris Ibarra just faster reps.
Ty kind of let loose a little bit of energy here. He's actually picked up the pace relative to the last round in terms of cycle speed.
This is what we're talking about with that competition. So he's allowing him to push him. He's right behind him. He's using it.
Time to beat, 16:56. Yorgos Karavis. This is going to be tight. Oh, Jenkins, he's going to get it. Oh, Ty Jenkins. The fastest time we've seen by 1 second. Ibarra.
What a race.
Just outside that of Yorgos Karavis as well. Impressive from the youngster.
It's one thing to, lead from the front. It's a whole other thing to get out front, be challenged, have your lead be overtaken, and be able to battle back.
Bossard, Mayer, Ackerman, battling it out for next spot. 17:02 has gone from Quinn Robinson as well. And this is going to be a great battle for our next heat coming up as Bossard finishes up. Good performance from Bossard to round out that top 3. Ackerman is next. Mayer not too far behind. And Luca will be next, finished. Still over 2 minutes left of our time cap. Kukic is in. BKG, Nick Matthew. Nick Matthew doing this weight easy. Great position from Nick as well.
I mean, that's darn near picture perfect. The weight isn't the issue for Nick on this one.
Look at BKG. background, he's one of the best movers in our sport, especially when it comes to a barbell.
Matthew, 18:39, a BKG now. At 18:45, our bookends. Maracanio on the far right, Comancho on the far left. They're going to have to do some work here to get finished up underneath this time cap. One thing we didn't really speak about was the breathing aspect between reps of overhead squat. You're pushing the total bar, you're pushing the true form runner. Do you take a breath every rep, or are you holding your breath?
Every rep. Every rep you're going to want to exhale and then brace again. Every single rep. And that just, it tells your body when you have that good cadence of breathing, it tells your body that you're doing okay. Your body knows it's going to get oxygen, and it allows you to sustain a higher pace. Whether it's running, overhead squats, toes to bar. And so on this workout, it is a high heart rate workout. So both on the overhead squats and the toes to bar, you really want to grab that opportunity and focus on your breathing.
Is that a thing you want to focus on with your heart rate and getting it to a certain point, but not overextending yourself?
Yeah, it's one of the, I want to say like most underrated skill in our sport is to know every single movement is to know where to breathe. If you know where to breathe, you know how to sustain that pace.
Jenkins taking a big deep breath after that one and having to work hard in that final round.
Yeah, absolutely. And this fourth heat is the start of where we get to some of our signed pros, including some very talented young men. And early on, Colin Bossard, the man from Switzerland, kind of threw down the gauntlet and dared a few athletes to chase him. And Ty Jenkins, Chris Ibarra were up to the task. Jenkins pulled early ahead in round 3. Ibarra almost reeled him in, but Jenkins dug deep to get the top time by only a second.
Seconds separating our leaders currently for the first workout of the day. Ty Jenkins, impressive performance, standing by with Lauren Smith.
Ty, that was some race. When you're going shoulder to shoulder against a fellow competitor, how is that influencing how you're approaching that final round?
Well, I mean, I think we all go into this workout with a pace, but in a competition, a lot of times in the last few minutes of that workout, if it's tight, the plan goes out the window and you just try to give what you have left, but also realize this year with the field of 50 at the first 2 events, you have to be careful to not push it too far, because a big mistake can really slide you down the leaderboard.
Because you told us that you thought that run was going to be your separator. Are you proud of that execution, or was it influenced by the field?
I think the execution was where I wanted it to be. It's a challenge adjusting paces to the runner, because it fatigues your legs a different way, and I tested this one outside. But good to see that even though I've been running outdoors a lot, it's still translating to these runners. But I would say, yeah, had a pace for the first 3 rounds, and then when Chris and I got on that runner about the same time, it was whatever you got left.
Very quickly, why should the field be nervous of Ty Jenkins this year?
I just think I'm starting to learn a lot, especially from these older guys that are willing to pour back into us young guys. And so hopefully, you know, I can learn from some of their tricks and then just continue to build myself as an athlete.
You're crushing it. Great job.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lauren. Thank you, Ty Jenkins. And our time to beat 16:55. Our final heats, heat number 5, coming up.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for your Roman. Heat number 5. Lane number 10, Jelle Hoster, Belgium. Lane number 9, Jack Carlo, Canada. In lane number 8, Jonakoski, Finland. Lane number 7, Tudor Magna, Romania. Lane number 6, Roman Krenikov, United States. Lane number 5, James Sprague, United States. In lane number 4, Guimarães, Brazil. Lane number 3, Chandler Smith, United States. Lane number 2, Anioligai, Spain. And lane number 1, Patrick Vellner, Canada. Athletes, 1 minute.
What an impressive field for our final heats and our final 10 signed pro athletes, including in lane 5, James Sprague, our World Fitness Champion for season 2025. It is London Pro 1, the first of the weekend.
And his defense starts with 4 rounds of 25 toes to bar, 500 meters on the runner, and 15 squats at 185 as he looks to back up his title from last year. And the man chasing him down, sure to give him a good test, Roman Khrennikov, another accomplished runner in the sport. My athlete to watch for this one is Jelle Hosta. He might lead from the front early, but I think the barbell at the end is going to be the make or break for him, much like we saw Colin Bossard in a previous heat. He can handle the other 2 movements. How well does he handle the 185 overhead?
Stand by.
20 minutes on our time cap. Guessing most of these gentlemen won't be needing that. Chasing down a time of 16:55 from Ty Jenkins. The blueprint, how best to navigate the first workout of our first day at our first tour stop. Athletes moving quick. Sprague, Khrennikov, Hosta. 3 to look for. And Patrick Vellner announcing that potentially this is the final year.
Yeah, I mean, you get a little bit of a retirement tour here. You know, I was a little bummed when we didn't get that from his fellow Canadian, Brent Fikowski. But knowing that, you know, we get to take in these final performances from Pat, that makes it a little bit more special every time he takes the floor. He's, you know, been one of the best in the sport for a long time. He's one of the most accomplished individual males in the sport. And he's been a fan favorite for a reason, because he's been so open and honest about his performances and the way he's carried himself on the competition floor. And I think he's still got plenty to give, and I wouldn't be surprised to see him have a strong weekend.
Yeah.
I'm excited for tomorrow as well when the deadlift comes out.
Well, the deadlift and the bike combo. It's so exciting. But I was just going to say, he's so accomplished in our sport, and he's been one of the best for so long, but he's also truly one of the most loved out there. He is such a fan favorite.
I think part of it, too, is that, like, his path hasn't always been linear in the sense of, like, he will have those blow-up workouts. He will battle back from the brink seemingly every time.
Always with good attitude.
Yeah, yes.
That's the thing. It's easy to root for.
Exactly.
Okay, this heat, I am so excited to see the transitions. This is where I think we're going to see them kind of hustle a little bit more between. They're all running at a good pace. I think the separator here is going to be the transitions.
And the originator of the curved treadmill built for uncompromising performance. The Trueform runner, just scan the QR code on your screen. Transitions, we know one guy who's going to hustle, and that's Mr. Khrennikov.
He is not afraid to set an aggressive pace on the machines. And there was a time when this overhead movement, particularly a snatch or even overhead squats, was a difficult thing for him, but you could see the evolution of his game in the grip and how he's handling this 185.
And we spoke about arm span and wingspan of the taller athlete to Roman with very close grip position.
And we kind of talked about that being an advantage too, because with that closer grip, it's a wide grip for a clean, but he can clean and jerk it, which is a very secure way to get the bar overhead, especially in those later rounds when you're more fatigued. He's not risking missing that barbell. And then being in that closer grip, you're in a much more stacked position, and it's going to be easier and more efficient in the long run. So it's an amazing, it's just a tool in your toolbox to be able to do.
Two athletes I had just kept my eye on there, Patrick Vellner and also Tudor Magda with exceptional overhead position.
Well, Tudor, one of the strongest athletes in the sport, putting on a show with Guy Mayeros in Copenhagen. But also, when you're someone like Tudor and you're regularly snatching 3 plates, it makes 185 feel a lot lighter.
Yeah, Tudor and Guy are the showstoppers in the sport.
So let's talk about physique. We've got taller athletes, we've got shorter athletes like Jonakoski in here. Does that benefit Jona being a shorter athlete for the range of movement that's required?
I mean, it depends, right? I think one of the things that good programming is it balances things out to where fitness is the main separator, right?
Mm-hmm. And this workout specifically, I think it balances out very well. So for the bigger athletes, yes, they have to move a longer distance, both on the toes to bar and overhead squat. So it's going to take a slightly longer time there. But the runner is using the runner rather than just running outside is going to benefit these bigger athletes because they can both utilize their stride and their weight.
James Sprague, our World Fitness Champion for 2025. This is what he had to say during the week.
Workout 1 of London Pro, we got 4 rounds for time of 25 toes to bar, 500-meter run, and 15 overhead squats at a decently heavy weight. There's a lot of running in there. I would say it's a majority of the workout, so getting your pacing right is super important. For me, it's being able to hold the same split across, if not negative split. So start out slow, hang in the back of the pack for a little bit, and be able to make my mark in those 3rd and 4th rounds, be able to pass a lot of guys at the end.
I'm so glad he said a decently heavy weight. For me, that's exceptionally heavy. But the challenge is there for them. 15's a good target to hit. Our top 3 looks like this currently: Krenikov and Yolakai. Second in from the bottom of your screen, and third from the top of your screen, Jonakoski. The first 3 to get to the runner. And Jona with a great performance last year and a massive supporting crowd in Copenhagen.
And really kind of a non-traditional year for him, obviously welcoming in their first child, life schedule changes, things outside of the gym with some major adjustments, and he was able to kind of work through it all and continue to show up. And I thought he got better as the year went along.
We talk about being in the sport for a long period of time and the drive it takes to not just get there, but to stay there. I mean, you look at someone like Pat Vellner, who's been in the sport for a long time. What keeps the drive going?
Well, it could be so many things. And, you know, at this point in his career, you know, it could be his family. It could be showing, you know, because there is sacrifice to this. There's so much time and energy that goes into competing at this level. And that's sacrificing time with your family. And so at this point in your career, it could be that he wants to make sure that it's worth it. He wants to make sure that he's getting everything that he can out of this sport, knowing that it's his last year. At the beginning out of a career, it could be a very different way. It could be a very different push, and sometimes it truly just is the excitement and the chase of becoming something.
Oh, it's going to be exciting to watch Pat Vellner as Krenikov heads back. Jelle Hoster making a big move. And speaking to him yesterday at breakfast, he was going to shake my hand, but he had honey all over it. Oh. He goes, I can't shake your hand, I've got honey all over it. What if he's got honey on it now? Stick to the barbell. And our leaders starting to break away now. Krenikov, Akai.
Kind of want to touch on something that James Briggs said in the interview, was that his plan was to hang around in the back of the pack, and then knowing and trusting that he can make that push. And we're kind of looking at now, we're now in the last heat, and it really has been this third round that's really been the separator. And so it takes a lot of trust in yourself as an athlete and a lot of discipline to do that, because you're gonna want to stay with the pack.
Well, he's currently in 6th, so he's true to form.
So he's doing what he said, and I do believe that he is one of the, he has the capacity and the fitness to break through during this round 3. And I'm very excited to see, does he now stick to this plan and make the move? Is he that under control, and does he feel that good that he can make the move now?
But is that a dangerous position to put yourself in where you don't give yourself enough time to catch up?
Yeah, it's a fine line to ride.
Krenikov, Akai, and now Hosta.
And right now, Roman's 30 seconds ahead of the pace set by Ty Jenkins in the previous heat. And right now, he doesn't look like he has overcooked himself whatsoever. We said in the lead up, 2 of the best runners in this field, Jelle and Roman, and right now they are in full control. And you mentioned a second ago, Jeremy, about the danger of, you know, overplaying your hand a little bit too much here in terms of pacing. One of James's superpowers, you talk to any other athlete, one of his peers, they say, what is James Sprague the best at? Normally you hear something like, oh, he's really good overhead with a barbell, or he's a tremendous runner. Time and time again, they say his pacing, his pacing, his pacing. To me, that's the ability, when you talk about pacing at the highest level of the sport, to maximize your performance every time you step on the competition floor. So if there was an athlete that I would feel comfortable pacing at this level, making the push late, it would be James.
Sprague in the center of the arena here at the drum sheds north of London. Our first tour stop for the 2026 season. Jelle Hosta getting to work, all chasing down that time from Ty Jenkins, 16:55. Yorgos Karavas 1 second behind, 16:56, and Chris Ibarra 4 seconds back, 16:59. The race is going to be tight. Krenikov in control for now, and heading to the barbell for round 3 of 4.
I feel like this is the exact part of the workout which is the separator. And I think we're gonna see how they come off the runner and into the overhead squats.
Yeah, the battle between Akai and Hosta is going to be a good one. Jelle making a big move, and you're just ahead for now. But Roman is looking so good. Still no movement from Sprague's judge. 2 of our taller athletes. Krenikov and Hosta at the top of your screen.
These are the type of performances so far that I think endeared Roman to a lot of people in the sport. Is when he is at his best, he is capable of putting down performances where he just pulls away from some of the best in the sport. But right now, Anjol just made a huge move.
See him look over, he knows. He's gonna catch, he wants to catch him.
Has Roman gone out a little bit too hot? This is going to be a great last round.
He overtook him.
Has he got enough in the tank for 20 unbroken? 40 seconds ahead of Ty Jenkins, which is a long time.
They tacked on 10 seconds ahead of the pace from that last round, so they aren't just built, I mean, they're separating themselves from Ty Jenkins' pace from the previous heat.
In the earlier heats, we kind of talked about efficiency on the toes to bar and how the easiest way would be to kind of bend those knees up towards the chest and then flick your toes up. And we kind of see Roman doing the one that we talked about, you know, very few athletes do, but some. It looks like he's got a reflex of kind of, but he utilizes the swing a lot more and then comes up with relatively straight legs. And for how long he is,
Yella now jumping into the lead just ahead of Akai, just ahead of Kranikov. Oh, here we go. The race is on. It looks like they're going to be way ahead of Ty Jenkins' time. Tommy, your first pick could come home to roost.
Oh, but he's getting, there's a massive Spaniard and a giant Russian ahead, standing in between them.
Sprague now just in the back of where Anyola Kai is, taking a break. The pacing might have gone a bit skewed for James Sprague. Currently sitting in 7th. And Sprague down again.
It should be noted that Sprague did compete last weekend, so.
Yeah, and he flew right from California. You know, it's especially coming from West Coast over to London, there's an 8-hour time difference. He might be jet lagged, so it's definitely, I'm guessing it's not the optimal way for him.
This is not the way.
I came from the same time zone, and I can tell you right now that he is jet lagged. and you know the difference in setup, right? Roman competed 2 weekends ago. While James was competing on the West Coast, Roman was here in London, getting to acclimate and get ready.
Hosta, your current leader.
We're going to have to see some magic from James here on the runner right now.
Yeah.
I just don't think he's got enough in the tank after seeing those toe to bar. Could be.
He's also, if you look at his face, he's kind of grinning. This is not looking like the James that we're used to seeing, where he looks under control. He actually looks fairly labored. But again, as we just said, he might be tired. He is recovering from a previous competition, so we might not be able to see his best performance, but it's the first event. But for this one, I think he did run out of time to actually make his move.
Anyola Kai, judge's hand in the air early. So is that judge hand of Yellow Hosta. Kranikov joining the party, this top 3. It is going to be a mad sprint finish, and it is going to be faster than Ty Jenkins' time. How much by? We are about to find out. Hosta looking like he's getting ready to move. Top of your screen. Anyola Kai, how are they going to address the final 15 reps? Here comes Kranikov. That narrow grip, is it going to work for him? Hosta, the clean and jerk to overhead, snatch for Akai. Kranikov, a few reps behind now, no rep from Anyola Kai, bottom of your screen.
Anyol's gaze, he is locked in on his judge right now. He's not concerned about the movement. He just wants to make sure he's paying attention to the rep count.
And his reps are getting a lot quicker than that of Yellow Hosta. It is going to be tight. I think Yellow Hosta could potentially come in second here. And Anyola Kai is going to take it out. Workout 1 in the books for Anyola Kai. Yellow Hosta coming in second. The final rep for Roman Kranikov and the top 3.
This is
exceptional performance.
We also kind of look at the point system. It's the winner's reward. It is you get the distance between points is the greatest at the top. So winning events is so important.
Tudor up next. We know how good he is with a barbell in hand. Good battle in Copenhagen with Guy. Game of cat and mouse that went back and forth. But good positioning from Tudor. And another youngster with a massive future. Chandler getting to work, and Sprague now making a big jump. Sprague's reps a lot quicker than Chandler.
And the way Sprague is attacking these reps, it makes me believe he may be overpaced just a little bit.
Chandler about to finish up.
This would be a huge finish for Chandler, who hasn't been able to do a ton of movements like the overhead squat because he's recovering from a broken wrist before Wadapalooza.
Jessie. Well, Jessie, she's going to be joining us up here over the course of the weekend. Koski, Farlow. And Jonna Koski will be next up over that finish line. Keep in mind the top three finishing over 30 seconds ahead of Ty Jenkins. Farlow in at 18:18 unofficial time. Gee, very quick underneath that bar. Wow. Oh, come on. That's air squatting.
So this puts Tudor Magda's finish into perspective of how good this is for Tudor on a running workout, because Tudor typically is at the top of lifting events along with Guy, along with Jack Farlow, and they're finishing substantially behind him. Tudor really, this is a phenomenal start and a phenomenal finish for him on a workout like this.
Vellner now has got the floor to himself. Still with 1 minute, he's going to have plenty of time to get this done.
Vellner's got a very wide stance on his squats. Oh, he's going to want to push up into that barbell, yeah.
Vellner also working his way back from injury.
Final couple of reps for Vellner. 30 seconds to get over that line. Here we go, Patrick Vellner. And all done. Workout Pro 1 in the books, and what a race we had. Our fifth and final heats. And Yola Kai. Impressive from the Spaniard.
Impressive finish.
I mean, these are the types of performances for an athlete like Agnol that can really start to turn around a career, or be the hallmark of a dramatic shift in your career path. You come into this workout, guys like Sprague, Krennikov, Yella, you expect to see out in front because of their running prowess. Well, you know what? The man who tracked down all of them and reeled them in and finished with a head of steam was Agnol Kai. And I think for him right now, this could be the best performance we've seen from him.
Belief is a powerful thing, and now he knows he can beat them.
Great battle on our fifth and final heats of Pro 1. But Agnol Kai coming out on top. He's standing by with Lauren Smith.
Agnol, that was paced to perfection. Just how locked in were you on that final round of overhead squats?
Yeah, I was a little bit nervous with this one because overhead squats are not my best movement, to say it so. But I could maintain the control on all the overhead squats. And it's true that when I'm running and I'm doing like squats, it is a good workout for me. So I was thinking like if I can maintain the overhead squats and broken and with control, I will have a good score. But I will never think like I'm gonna win a workout with overhead squats. But it feels good. It feels amazing. It's a good start for the very first workout. So yeah, let's fucking go. Yeah.
It's a great start. Look, you advocate for fun, and when you are happy, you perform clearly like that. How are you using that as a secret weapon, having fun?
I don't know, like, for the last couple of months after Copenhagen, I've just enjoyed a lot of training, and I was just trying to let my body be, as I told you in the interview, and that's what really what happens. I have no negative words inside my head. I was seeing Roman leading, and then Jelle just being with me, and honestly, I don't care who's ahead or who's in front of me. I just try to do still my own thing, and I think that's what's helping me out. So hopefully I can stay like this the whole weekend.
Last year was all about fighting for your pro card and proving that you deserve to be up there. What's this year about for you?
I don't know. Just stay in the fight, stay at least top 7, which was my old position. But honestly, just do what I have been doing for the last few months, just training hard, having fun, enjoying all the time with the old people, with the new kids that are coming, you know. I'm right in between, so I try to get all of it from everyone, and it's working right now, yeah.
Well, awesome job. I'm not sure they love being called old people, but we'll let that one slide. Great job out there, Anjol.
Yeah, I mean, they are old, so they can't blame me.
Congratulations.
Thanks, Anjol. No offence taken up here in the booth. We are old. Oh, how good. So it's not his favourite movement, but he still wins the heat and wins Pro 1.
Could have fooled me.
Unbelievable. Great performance from Anjol Akai, 16:23. Yella Hosta, 3 seconds back, and Krenikov in 16:34. But a great first look at what we're going to be expecting over the next 3 days. And that will wrap things up for our men. Our women coming to the floor for the first time. We look forward to seeing them on the competition floor. Heat 1. We'll be right back. Day number 1 of the World Fitness Project. This is tour stop number 1 from the Drum Sheds north of London. Jeremy Austin, Tommy Marquez and Katrin David-Stoddard with you. Breakdown, what have we just seen?
Well, we've already got an unexpected performance. I think that's probably the best way to put it because, you know, Anjol Akai has a ton of potential, a tremendous athlete, but I don't think many would have picked him to beat both Roman and Yella in that first workout. Yeah, and James. But he did it in an impressive fashion, and I think he's more than deserving.
Yeah, well, let's bring our women onto the competition floor for the first time today.
Lane 10, Rikke Kivåg, Norway. Lane 9, Hannah Hardy, United States. Lane 8, Marika Seppele, Finland. Lane 7, Amanda Jobs, Sweden. Lane 6, Valentina Magalotti, Italy. Lane 5, Carolina Privot, Canada. Lane 4, Anja Keller, Germany. Lane 3, Blair Cheney, United States. Lane 2, Dana Perron, United States. Lane 1, Anne Gooch, United Kingdom. 1 minute.
Our lane assignments for the first heats of our women, taking to the drum sheds floor for the first time. And a couple of names that are very recognisable, Dana Perron and also Caroline Privot. Names that we've been used to seeing for the last couple of years, and also some newcomers coming in, exactly the same as our men's division, but London Pro 1.
Well, they're going to kick things off with some toes to bar running and overhead squats. The bar will be 125 pounds. They'll have 4 total rounds, 4 time.
Challenging to say the least. As a newcomer to a competition, you hit the floor for the first time, what are your nerves doing?
Oof. I mean, when you hit the floor, like there's competitors that you've been watching compete for years. You idolize them, you look up to them, and to then stand next to them, it can be a bit of a shock factor, for sure. And I think sometimes some athletes are better than this and others, and sometimes it can take a couple of years, at least a couple of competitions, to kind of get used to that, to kind of believe that you belong here, to believe that you can compete and not put yourself behind them. You kind of got to believe that you're capable.
Amanda Gooch, have a look at this toe to bar. If you talk about efficiency and spending less time and attention, wow. That's how you do it.
At 41 years young as well. Level 2 master.
Hey, and we'll see your old people chat and we'll raise you. There you go.
There you go.
How best are we going to get through the first workout of our first day at our first tour stop? It is the Blueprint, presented by Trueform.
I think with the toes to bar, and less so the overhead squats after seeing some athletes, one break and then be done with the set is going to be what the most successful athletes do. And then we've seen that middle section, the middle 300 of the run, be an opportunity for the good runners to really separate themselves.
Em getting to work at the front of your screen, now to the far left of your screen. Em's expectations, they're not to come last. So when you're going into a competition like this and you're a little bit older than what the average age of the rest of the field, does that play on your mind a little bit, or?
I don't know. I've never been in that position.
No, just,
okay, I
you know
kind
what
of take that back.
You know what I mean? Like when you're getting...
Exactly, yeah.
Got these youngsters nipping at your heels?
I don't know. My guess is if she's inexperienced in a field and older, you know, we kind of talked about that in the previous heats of, you know, if you're older, you have more experience and you can rely on that. But you don't have the recovery and the body that maybe a 22-year-old has. So if she's feeling a little more fragile and kind of behind on experience, then yes, maybe I can see that you just want to come in and have a good experience, lower your expectations so that it's hard if you have high expectations to constantly be disappointed. Sometimes it might be beneficial to come into these big competitions and to gain experience, have have a good weekend, have a fun weekend, and then build upon that.
Well, she's competed at a semifinal in Europe. She's competed as a Masters at the Games. Just 2 lanes over is Blair Cheney, who is 20 years old. So a 21-year age gap on the competition floor as we speak. Catherine would actually be familiar with that if you remember back in 2012 when she made her individual debut. There was an athlete by the name of Cheryl Brost in the field.
Yeah.
Oh, Cheryl,
A Masters athlete. So similar age gap then.
So it's so funny to, and I love seeing this in the sport, but I remember coming into the sport and Matt Chan, actually, we were competing at invitationals. I remember him go, what? I think I was like 19 at the time. He goes, I could be your dad. And like that happens in the sport. And then I remember when that kind of flipped, and instead of being the young comer coming in, Noble wanted to do a piece on me and Emma Lawson, me being the one that's kind of like 10 years in the games and her starting the competition. So it's one of those things where you're like, oh my God, how did that just flip? How did I become the oldest in the sport? But it's also the beauty of it.
That's hilarious.
Amanda Jobs jumping into the lead. Valentina Magalotti. Blair Cheney, part of the 2025 World Fitness Project Season 1. Blair Cheney, fun fact, first trip outside the United States.
Wow.
Imagine having to go get a passport to go and travel.
So competition in sport is it's an amazing thing for that. You get to see so much of the world. Look at her. Now she's in Europe. She's in London. She's got a passport.
But you're from Europe.
Yeah.
You're used to traveling everywhere, so you're getting a passport. I know a lot of people in the United States just don't get passports because they don't do a lot of traveling outside of the US.
Yeah.
Australia, we're the same thing. Like, we got nowhere else to go but somewhere.
Yeah.
So we have to get a passport.
To be fair, you guys are kind of on a rock by yourself out in the middle of the ocean. So
happy to be there too. Everyone leaves us alone. It's good. Marika Seppala to the far right in the light blue. Amanda Jobs just there to your right of screen now. Valentina Magalotti in the brown to the left of your screen. And Mday Gooch getting through her second set of soda bar and moving to the true form runner. Dana Paran, second athlete in. And Anya Keller from Germany, partner of Sam Whitworth. Had a good chat to them yesterday. Fun fact. You know what Keller refers to in German? The basement. So we don't want to see her in the basement, we want to see her in the penthouse. So
unless you're throwing a party,
or unless it's a rave party, somewhere like Drum Sheds,
like
where
Drum Sheds.
Project 1 is going on over the weekends. Hannah Hardy just to the second, to the end of our arena here at Drum Sheds.
A big happy birthday to her.
Yes, absolutely.
What a way to celebrate your birthday.
Yeah, on the true form runner.
The originator of the curved treadmill, built for uncompromising performance. Scan that QR code on your screen. Amanda, again, I like the strut of some athletes. They're moving with purpose between transitions, and tough get for Amanda on that one. And that barbell not sitting at that complete horizontal position. That left shoulder looking like it's a lot stronger than that right.
Setup in the overhead squat is so important, right? You want to make sure that you get locked in for those first couple of reps, because even if you're a little bit off, it's almost a snowball effect, right? You're maybe a millimeter, a centimeter off to start, and that gap starts to grow before suddenly you've got the full speed wobbles and the bar comes crashing down. So getting locked in early, always important.
Magalotti currently in second. Blair Cheney now to the bottom of your screen in third. Mika Seppala, top of your screen in light blue. What do you call that, mauve?
I like the way Blair Cheney is moving the barbell right now. Confidence, steady, consistent, good positioning.
Amanda Jobs continuing. Coach Henrik Wilhammer. We've blinked again and almost at that halfway point of our time cap. And I like what you said before about Blair Cheney. Her positioning looks pretty good across all three movements. That's probably going to be beneficial towards the end of the fourth round.
Yep, good technique is the foundation.
So you can kind of see that she's starting to break down a little bit on the toes to bar. She's not really able to utilize the full kip. It looks fairly strict to me.
You start to see athletes' knees bow out a little bit, just trying to kind of shorten the range of motion, the distance the feet have to travel.
Look how fluid she looks. She's coming forward in that kip and really allowing that backswing to kind of sling her legs up.
Blair Cheney getting through the qualifiers. She said she's not done as many redos in her life as she did with the qualifiers to be here.
We had a challenging field. It was hard to get in.
But we're glad you're here, Blair. And if you're watching on back home, Jobs, Magalotti on the right, Cheney on the left, and just looks relaxed.
Yeah, she looks like she's kind of utilizing that curve. She's utilizing the swing of her arms. It's just in much more of a relaxed state on the run. Versus if we look on the right side of the screen, they kind of look like they're twisting their body. They're trying hard to run.
Now, one thing we haven't really spoken about is the temperature in here. Now, you're in a puffer vest.
Exactly, it's pretty cool in here.
How does that affect you on the floor?
Honestly, it's pretty nice when it's cool. It's a little bit harder to warm up, but once you're warm and you're out here, if it's very hot, it hits you like a wall when you're in round 2, round 3, and suddenly you can feel like it's very hard to breathe. So I think for these athletes out here, it's very refreshing to have like a cool interior.
Do you get that lung burn feeling with workouts like this, and something you've got to like factor into your recovery after?
It's not something I ever like consciously thought about. It's an interesting thing.
Okay, let's dwell on that, and then we'll get back to it later.
I've actually never. It's interesting question. I'd be curious if other people think about it. I've never thought about like, unless it's an outside and you're competing in extreme heat, you have to think about the temperature and the loss, and you have to like rehydrate after, make sure you get salts in. So those are things that I think every athlete thinks about. But when you're competing inside, I feel like it's more of a go with the flow. It is what it is.
Everyone's dealing with it. Amanda Jobs now dealing with a barbell. 15 overhead squats incoming.
Yeah, This is where I would love to see her toolbox be a little bit bigger and go to that clean and jerk. Even if she might have to just back rack it. Takes a little longer, but it would get the job done for her. There we go. see Jobs doing a really good job of just locking in. She picks something in her eyesight and she just stays locked in on those overhead squats.
And shop exclusive WFP London Pro merch all weekends at the WFP booth. Just scan that QR code. Pick up some great bargains. Magalotti, Jobs, and now Cheney. Your top three remaining, your top three. Cheney's still looking very good under this barbell. Magalotti taking a little bit of extra time as Jobs on her way back to the toe to bar. Magalotti getting finished up.
Sometimes when your grip starts to fatigue, you don't trust that swing anymore. And so I wonder if Jobs is really feeling her grip and not trusting the swing, or if she hasn't developed an efficient enough kip swing yet.
Magalotti, I know you spoke about it during the men's competition, and that little flick at the top. Magalotti, just to the right of the screen, has got that really good, just last-minute kick to the bar.
You want to really shorten that lever to really make it easy to get those knees up, and then you just flick them to get the rep to count. You just want your toes to touch, but you don't want to be moving the whole length of the leg. It's going to increase your cycle rate, it's going to take longer, and it's going to be much harder.
Now Cheney to the back left of your screen from Tulsa. Hopefully her dogs, Ayla and Briggs, are watching on at home. Amanda Jobs now dropping into second position as Magalotti in lane number 6 moves forward onto that true form.
Jobs in danger of dropping to third too. Now the hand up for Blair Cheney. Blair made up some ground on the overhead squat. Both Jobs and Magalotti were a little bit slower on their rep cycling, so Cheney has made up a ton of ground in third, just off to the screen in lane 3.
Now, the point where Blair Cheney is right now, you know your overhead position is a lot better than the other two ladies that are on the floor. Do you push the true form a little bit more?
I believe she should. And it kind of depends on what type of athlete you are. Are you risk averse? Are you not? Like, you know, does it excite you to take a little bit of chance? But also, are you then okay with maybe failing, but at least you went for it? And I think in her position, she did by far look the best on the bar. She utilizes the narrower grip, so she clean and jerks it. She's very secure with getting it overhead. So if I were in her position, I'd be pushing it a little to make sure that she can get to that barbell, because if she gets there, even if she's slightly behind, she's still going to cycle it faster and have that shot of winning the heat.
Yeah, I think the setup for her being able to clean and push overhead with the narrow grip is huge.
Yeah.
That's just another, you know, ace up your sleeve that you have.
Just over 3 minutes before we get to the end of our first of 5 women's heats. This is Pro 1.
Yeah, you kind of talked about it being an ace up your sleeve. Like, if I'm now Amanda and knowing that she's going to go snatch the bars, she failed her last rep, she's naturally going to be pulling back a little bit on that runner, knowing that she has to get the bar overhead. But Blair has that skill in her toolbox, and she's able to trust that she can push a little bit more, knowing she can still get that bar overhead.
And we talk about the distance they've got to cover, and what's a good time realm to sit in to get the meters done?
For this type of workout, I feel like you'd want to be keeping it under 2.5 minutes is kind of like where I kind of want to put it. For the women, the men are going to be faster.
We're just seeing 2 minutes 30 tick by on the display. And roughly just around that time. and being round number 4, probably that little bit slower.
Exactly, exactly. They also, both of them could be more efficient on the runner. You can see neither one is really lifting their knees up. They have a very low to the ground, and especially with using the true form runner, to utilize that curve, you're gonna wanna get those knees up so you can really step down and use that curve for the legs to come back.
Now, Amanda Jobs has just sent that, and she's looking really, really fatigued. And remembering the last time she was at the barbell, she missed her first rep.
Yeah.
Magalotti can take a little bit of extra time here, and probably knowing she missed her first rep. Cheney about to get off now. This is going to be an interesting race.
Oh!
Wow. Oh, here we go. Amanda
This is where
down.
Cheney's gonna come in.
Valentina down, and Magalotti exactly what she needed to do.
If you're
Look
Blair,
how secure she is overhead.
Blair's the first to get a rep in right now. Even though she was a little bit more controlled in her transition, she was the first one to get a good rep in.
It's very well executed by her.
Blair Cheney, all the redos were worth it. Grabbing a passport was worth it too. She's going to end up with a heat win here, and look at the speed of this barbell movements. Blair Cheney, take a bow, pace this to absolute perfection, and done. The heat win for Blair Cheney.
Nicely done. That was very well executed on her behalf. I think she maximized what she is capable of in this workout.
Oh, the time under tension from Magalotti. It is so much time. And she's running out of time. There's just over 10 seconds. Last one coming.
Oof.
And that will be 1 rep to go for Magalotti. Jobs is going to run out of time as well, as will Prevost, who caught up a lot of time at the back end of the last round. But 1 down for Blair Cheney, the only athlete in the field to get this one complete. Impressive performance from the youngster.
And a really impressive display of patience, right? You know, Katrin just mentioned how impressive the pacing performance was, but it also requires a tremendous amount of patience to look around and see athletes that look like they're pulling ahead of you. And Amanda Jobs was out front early, but overcooked just a little bit on the overhead squats. Valentina Magalotti, another Masters athlete, pushing the pace, and they were 1-2 in this heat all the way until the final set of overhead squats. And as they hit failure, Blair Cheney took advantage of the opportunity and earned herself a heat win.
Impressive performance, patience and perseverance. Blair Cheney, she's standing by with Lauren Smith.
Blair, you've just told me that that was shocking. Your performance was shocking. Why?
I am not a runner by any means. If you look at me, not a runner body. So to be with them, probably just because the overhead squats, I just saw I was in third most of the workout, and I was like, stay right here, that's better than you thought.
We last saw you in Mesa where you took 15th in the challenges. How did you lean on that experience of being on the biggest stage as you approach London?
Last year was definitely an experience, like first time, didn't have any expectations. This off season, I've been working my butt off, so I came here with all the expectations, and I think I met one.
Oh my gosh, you certainly did. Your first time out of the US and your first time to London, what's been your favorite thing?
The way you guys talk, it is amazing. It's so much better than us.
Well, I'll keep on talking for the rest of the weekend. Amazing job. You were epic out there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren. She should come to Australia sometime. We talk even worse.
My favorite is how you talk.
I'll second that. I enjoy it.
Oh, so good. But so great to have Blair Cheney out in competition, and what an experience for the youngster. Heat number 2, not too far away as we prepare to bring the ladies onto the floor.
for your Pro Women Heat number 2. Lane number 10, Vesleme Karlstad, Norway. Lane number 9, Ingrid Tundal, Norway. Lane number 8, Connie Eastby, United Kingdom. Lane number 7, Morgan Disan, Belgium. In lane number 6, Pernille Christensen, Denmark. Lane number 5, Matilda Oyenkanes, Norway. In lane number 4, Belgros Bjornsdottir, Iceland. Lane number 3, Jasmine von Armen, Belgium. In lane number 2, Astrid Tin, Denmark. And in lane number 1, Julia Jacobsen, Germany. Athletes, 1 minute.
Heat number 2 onto the floor. And again, look at those flags from all the different countries. Great to see it. They will be attacking London Pro 1.
They'll start their attack with some toes to bar, then some running on the true form, some overhead squats. 4 total rounds, trying to beat that 20-minute time gap. See Matilda Garnes, most experienced athlete in this heat. Jasmine van Arnhem. And Astrid Tind, certainly someone to watch. A solid runner, should be able to push the pace here on the true form and give herself a leg up on the heat.
The sparkles from Team Krieger. Love to see it. They're back.
Did they ever leave?
No. Definitely not. A big contingent from Krieger Training. Did you know, Tommy, 20% of the athletes are from Krieger Training?
Got a charge from the Norwegians.
Absolutely. And the blueprints presented by Trueform.
But with the toes to bar and overhead squat, no more than 1 calculated break and then be done with it. That will set you up for success. And in this run, that middle 300, the best runners, we're seeing that middle chunk be able to really separate themselves and push the pace.
And I love the way this workout has been designed, as you could say, just having the 3 different components and all challenging components. Like you look at 80 toe to bar. That's a fair chunk of volume, and then you go into the run.
100 toe to bar.
Oh, yes. And then you go into the run, and then you go into the overhead squat.
Yeah.
And there's just these different components that some athletes are going to really dominate certain aspects, but not all 3. And we've seen some athletes really come out and just be very consistent with all 3 and put out a good result.
Yeah.
And that's the balance you're looking for, right? This is a classic triplet, monostructural weightlifting, gymnastics. The big 3 all wrapped into one.
It's very, we talked about this earlier, the elegant programming of all of these rep schemes, the 25 toes to bar, the 15 overhead squats at 125, doing this for 4 rounds. It's like you should be able to do it unbroken, but can you? You're like, it's not a for sure certain, and it's a fine line of, do you go for it? Do you know that you can? Like, you know, right at the end, most athletes are making it unbroken, and then right at the end, it's like, can they make it through? So it's a really, the number of rounds and then the number of reps. It's a fun rep scheme where you have to see these athletes make the choice.
Julia Jakobsen in lane number 1 to the far left of your screen, to the far right. Vesleme Karlstad, Ingrid Tundal. There's Julia there. And in the yellow and black center of the screen, Matilda Garnes. Having a good chat to her yesterday, excited about the possibility of what's to come in this competition. think the change from Mexico to London, big driver in getting a lot of Europeans to sign up and do the qualifiers.
You know, so often it's challenging for Europeans. The majority of competitions are in the States, and so it's a challenge for them to go overseas. It's a big time difference, it's a big flight, and so a big leg up for the Europeans this time around to get to be in the same time zone, easier to travel, and see the influx of the European athletes at this competition.
Well, this heat particularly embodies that, right? Every single woman in this heat arrived here through the qualifier, and every single woman in this heat is from Europe.
Morgan Tisson's back. And Ingrid Tondel coming into competition, and her wrist, a lot of swelling in it, and did some damage coming in, and just, I reckon, toying up, is it worth having a crack?
Yeah, you can see her talking to her judge there. You see the brace on her right hand.
Yeah.
It blown up like a balloon yesterday, and she's done so much training in the lead-in, qualifying, and the grimace already. This doesn't look comfortable at all.
I don't want to misspeak here, but I do believe there is a one-round minimum work requirement. So my guess is that if she wants to continue on, and if she wants to get a crack at some of the other things that maybe are okay for her wrist, she still has to make it through these 50 overhead squats, which is not a small amount.
And such a shame putting so much into this and very little reward. But one of her training partners, Matilda Garnes.
But that's the rub with sport, right?
Correct. Things are not going to go your way all the time. Five and a half minutes in already, quarter of the way through our time cap.
Here we have Iceland's newest stud athlete, ENG+ESP-SUB. Very young, very talented. I think she has a very bright future ahead.
I'm glad you said the name.
Yeah, I'll teach you guys how to say it. You'll get used to it.
I'm getting a very speedy course in speaking Icelandic.
I've been teaching you some names this
I
morning.
know.
How do we say this one?
Oh, I'm just going to ease my way into the weekend, I think.
Yeah. But this is one name you can get used to.
That's it. Astrid Tind to the right of screen. Julia Jakobsen on the left. And Astrid did very well earlier in the year in Abu Dhabi at the Crucible 1,000-meter, 50-meter shuttle.
Recently saw her post that she was training with Laura Horvath. Must have been a great push for her coming into this competition, and for both of them. We spoke about that earlier, of the magic of training partners. You know, how much that can push you and how much that can make hard training much easier.
And shots before of Ingrid Tondel, unable to continue with that wrist injury, which is such a shame. Matilda Garnes in the yellow and black in the center of your screen, doing exceptionally well on the first run. And some judges' hands in the air to the top of your screen. Astrid Tind's judge flagging that she is nearly done. Well, let's head down to Lauren Smith.
Thanks, Jeremy. I'm sat next to Annie Thorisdottir, who has trained with Bergeros Bjornsdottir since she was 16 years old. Annie, what can you tell us about her?
Well, she's always had this super strength I've been building up, and she got significantly stronger than me a couple of years ago. But now she's been working so much on her engine, And she is finally getting that breakthrough. Obviously, look at her overhead squats, like it's nothing for her. But with that work on engine and pacing, she struggled with pacing in the past when we've been doing intervals together, but now she is doing it perfectly, and I just hope she can hold on to that.
Well, I can't think of better role models than you and PKG to help her through her career. Thanks for your insight.
Thank you, Lauren. Thank you, Annie. Oh, how about youngsters getting into sport like this without having a lot of bad habits from other sports like I did? And broken bodies and stuff.
Yeah, she's very impressive. And just to kind of echo what Annie says, of like, she's so talented. She's so incredibly strong. Her strength numbers, she's very snappy on all movements, gymnastics, and then what she's kind of needed to put everything together and to kind of break through into this level of competition and into the open women's category is that overall fitness and that overall engine. And she's been working so hard on that. And just to kind of, yeah, I feel like whether it's this year or next year, there's going to be a name that people will get to know a lot better. And we'll see if she can hold this third round. This is the round that we've been seeing. Like, can the athletes stay on the pace that they've been doing? This is where they either pull back or that they actually lean into the workout. She looks pretty good to me.
To the left of your screen, Julia Jakobsen, Astrid Tind, and to the right, Bergros Bjornsdotter. And out of the three movements, it's normally the weighted component that's the one that's going to slow you down. Not so.
Yeah. Yeah, she's phenomenal with a barbell. She's so speedy in her squats and so snappy in all of her movements that she makes it look light. Her challenge would be to keep the pace on the run.
The originator of the curved treadmill, built for uncompromising performance. Just scan that QR code on your screen. Bjornsdotter continues. Jakobsen and Tind still battling it out for that second spot. Matilda Garnis with some work to do in the center of the drum sheds. You're talking about the 2:30 sort of time frame. Ticking over 2 minutes now. Is this where you push a little bit harder knowing your overhead squat is so good and you're not going to fail it? Do you sort of empty the tank a little bit more?
Yeah, this is the round where you can start making that decision. I feel like the first two rounds you really have to kind of go by your own plan, and then this is, you know, the third round is where you can start evaluating, how do I feel? How do I perceive the overhead squats are going to feel on this round? And given how good she's been looking, she definitely can push it, but my guess is that she already is pushing it. Running is not her strongest, so even her holding that pace is her pushing it. And now the overhead squats or the toast bar is where she really shines.
Bjornsdotter steps up, narrow grip on that shorty bar. Oh, wow. Minute faster than the time from Blair Cheney in the previous heats.
Blair was the only athlete in that first heat to finish under the time cap, so even just finishing this workout gives you a leg up on the women that have gone before you at this point.
Astrid Tind getting to work. Lane number 2 Connie Easby making her way into third position ahead of Julia Jakobsen. Bjornsdatter. You see a lot of athletes do their toe to bar, and they've got that tilted head position looking at the ceiling to enable their feet to get up as close as they can to the bar. Bergeros is just head neutral position and great positional awareness for her.
And her hands are narrow too. There's going to be less activation through the lats and shoulder girdle. She's just kind of relaxed through the upper torso and kind of letting her legs do the drive.
Connie Easby in the black top. And a little bit unstable towards to get to the end. But smart move. It's not feeling great. Dump that barbell, give yourself a bit of a break. Saw Quinn Robinson take a hit of 40 seconds in the men's competition earlier on. This is going to be a quick time from Bjornsdatter. Battle for second continues. Astrid 10 to the far left. Tilda Garnes in the center. And Morgan Tissens to the far right. Julia Jakobsen to work. It's Bergeros Bjornsdatter with a massive lead. And I might be speaking the obvious, but this time is probably going to be standing up as a top 3 time for the entire 5 heats. 3 more to come.
I don't think it's going to be a top 3. I think it's going to be a good finish. Like, she's doing a really good job. My guess is that some of the athletes that are coming later are much stronger on the runner, which is going to be the majority of the time. I think she's got a very strong start, and I think she's got some great workouts ahead of her. So, but I do believe we're going to see some faster times.
So we fast forward 24 hours, and we've got maybe a deadlift coming up. What are we expecting?
I actually don't know her deadlift number, but overall, she's very strong, and she moves weight. You know, it's funny when Andy was talking about, like, passing her, like, physically in strength. Like, it's been years. She was probably 17 when she's cleaning, 16 or 17, cleaning 220. You know, she moves weight like it weighs less than it weighs, if that makes sense.
Oh, the dream. Your top 3, Bjornsdatter, Garnes, and Tind. Tissens now in the white and the pink. Top of your screen. Connie Easby as well to the far right. They are your top 5. Three and a half to go. And Bjornsdatter just walking those last couple of steps in. And this is going to be a sub-18 time. And probably by a fair bit. To the far left of Bjornsdatter, and just behind is Matilda Garnes in the yellow and black. The last 5 coming now. The fact that this is so easy as a youngster, like What a future that's going to be
What a
laid out.
future, yeah. Especially because I'm not going to say, wow, impressive finish. I'm not going to say it's easy work, but I still believe that everybody can build an engine. Not everybody can build a movement pattern. Not everybody can build those fast twitch muscle fibers, which she already has. And to know that now she works on, she does the work, she builds the engine, the foundation.
Well, you were saying that before in the previous heat. Like,
yeah.
Having a toolbox that's ever expanding, and you've got to go get a bigger toolbox because you're getting more skills, and increasing that along the way. If you've got it as a youngster, then it's just going to be so much easier.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just, it makes for a bright future. I think we can say that for sure.
Astra 10 is going to be next finished. It's going to be our second fastest time. Final rep now, Matilda Garnes now dropping back to fourth. Morgan Tissons in the third, but Astra 10 getting finished up. Garnes now, the opportunity to take on Tissons. Some good positioning as well from Morgan. Last five, Connie Easby moving forward as well. Oh, some great patience. Morgan Tissons. Final rep completes. And Matilda Garnes, great to see her back in competition again. Final one done for her. Another under the time cap, but only just. She'll be the final female athlete to finish heat number 2. No, Connie Easby just sneaking in. Good last set of overhead squats for Connie Easby. And time done. But what a performance. Cheers.
Great, great start. Yeah, she's got to be very happy with that.
There's some unfortunate stuff to start with. Ingrid Tondal not being able to do the overhead squats, but on the other side of that, Bergers Bjornsdottir really showing the world why she's an athlete to watch, just absolutely smoking this heat, and that's going to be a top time heading into the top 3 heats to finish this out for the Women Pro 1.
And a great performance from Bergros. Youth first experience. Let's go with youth. Lauren Smith.
Bergros, when you're out there in the lead with such a gap on the rest of the field, how are you managing your pacing?
I wasn't really focused on any other girls. I was just focused on my game plan, and I'm so happy that I could stuck to them, because obviously it's a competition and we want to go out hard with everyone. But yeah, super excited. Not happy that I could hold the paces that I set out for myself. Yeah.
Now, we know you as a strength athlete. Your overhead squats were incredible, but how proud are you of your running with all of the work you've been putting into endurance?
Oh man, I'm so happy. I haven't been doing almost anything but running for the past 2-3 years or something. So yeah, seeing that was a huge win for sure. Yeah.
You were awesome out there. Go and enjoy the moment, and we'll see you over the weekend.
Thank you so much.
Oh, great stuff. I didn't expect the breathing to be so heavy. Oh, Spiky. We'll see Spiky in just a little bit. Spiky's coming. But performance to be very proud of. And we are not far away from bringing in our third heat of 5. Our ladies about to take the floor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's bring out the athletes for heat number 3. Lane 10, Nicole here, Switzerland. Lane number 9, Leia Storen, Norway. Lane 8, Maribel Gallardo, Spain. Lane 7, Vivian Marie Christian, Germany. Lane 6, Emily Rathwell, United States. Lane 5, Elena Carradala, Spain. Lane 4, Noortje Bleker, the Netherlands. Lane 3, Amanda Fisher, United States. Lane number 2, Sara Sigmundsdóttir, Iceland. And lane 1, Andra Moistus, Estonia. 1 minute.
Our third heat's coming to the competition floor for the first time today. And some big names in there. Sara Sigmundsdóttir back into action again, but a lot of familiar names from Season 1 World Fitness Project. But this is Season 2, and this is London Pro 1.
Kicking Season 2 off for these women. 4 rounds of toes to bar, running and overhead squats. Running's on the true form, 125 on that barbell. See Emily Rathwell, one of the strong runners in this field. Emily, a part of every tour stop along the way in season number 1. Leia Storen, your London qualifier winner, earning her way into 2026. And then Andra Moistus just behind Storen in that London qualifier representing Estonia. Great engine.
And we saw that from Moistus at Waterpalooza, event number 1. Everyone went, hey, what?
And second overall, and a very strong field of women. So she's already beat, I forget the number, but she's already beat the majority of the women in this field.
And some athletes jumping in from team competition. Nicole Hare doing just that. Leia Storen, another. And some athletes that we have seen right throughout season 2025. And Sarah back to competition. It's been a minute.
It's good to see Sarah back. It's good to see the Icelandic flag and Sara Sigmundsdóttir back on the leaderboard. Yeah, she's been through a handful of injuries. It's not only been one. It's been a handful of injuries throughout the year, and she's been working very hard to get back here. And I think I speak for all of us when I say we're excited to see her back here.
And the blueprint presented by Trueform.
And sticking to just one break on the toes to bar or overhead squats. Going to keep you moving through this workout, but in the middle 300 on that Trueform is going to be huge. We've seen the best runners in the field really be able to stick to their early paces in that middle section and then use the first and last 100 to take stock and get ready to attack the next movement.
Leia Storen, part of the Krieger training group as well. 1 in 5 athletes.
Really needs more awareness.
Kind of feel like the first round of this workout is very much like a patient waiting game. Like, you cannot win this on the first round. You just kind of have to stay in control, stay with the field, and then you can start making the moves.
Andra Moistus to the far left of your screen. Sara Sigmundsdóttir, second athlete in. Amanda Fisher. No surprise to see some multicolored hair for Amanda Fisher. Vivian Marie Christian. All 3 competitions last year for season 1.
And for those women like Vivian Marie, they were the recipients of special invites by virtue of their commitment to season 1 and showing up. consistently.
Excited to see what Amanda can do as well once she gets that barbell in her hands. We've seen it over many heats already. It's not how you start, that's how you finish.
Yeah, these first couple of rounds are an exercise in patience and being fastidious in your pacing and committing to that, not necessarily getting pulled high or low.
Is that a difficult thing when you're at the top of your game, to be patient and not...
Oh, it requires so much discipline. As a competitor, you just want to go. If somebody goes, you want to make sure that you're right there with them. And just knowing to, no, this is where I need to be patient, and also knowing when to go. Oh, it requires a tremendous amount of discipline, yes.
So you've got to pick your battles so much.
Yeah. On workouts like this, you know.
Nicole Heyer from Switzerland, part of the Krieger training group as well, alongside Leah Storin at the top of your screen. Maribel Gallardo in the purple, and Nicole Heyer just ahead of Leah Storin, just ahead of Andra Moistis. Two Krieger training athletes in lanes 9 and 10. That's going to be a good battle. Sarah Habert, that focus. Well, it's one thing she hasn't lost. Leah Storin, Nicole Heyer. And Leah just ahead by 1.
Looks very tight in her kip. Uses that
Oof,
kind of stretch reflex.
And Leah, one of our shorter athletes, obviously is going to make things a lot more difficult. Stride length is going to come into play. Moistis. And Elena Karathala. Now Emily Rethwell. So I think the run aspect of workout 1 is just going to come into play a lot more for the last 2 rounds coming. Nicole Heyer having to break up that toe-to bar already. Well, let's head down to Lauren Smith.
Cheers, guys. I've just been catching up with Luke Ebron, Sarah's partner. Obviously, so great to see her back out on the competition floor. The last time we saw her compete, she took 3rd place at the Rebel Renegade Games in 2025. When she accepted this ticket, it was all about whether the events were going to line up for her, because she's still dealing with some injuries. Bounding is going to be a problem for her, but she was really pleased with what day 1 looks like. She has, though, because she's been managing injury, only had a couple of weeks of CrossFit-specific conditioning. So she's not exactly sure how these events are going to plan out. The big goal is to collect enough points to head over to Indianapolis in Tour 2 and secure her spot for the final. And it's just great to see her back out there doing her thing.
Isn't it what? And one of those athletes that has been around, and another one of those very experienced athletes. And it's funny, that turnover, the change, the youngsters coming through and the experienced athletes. Nicole Heyer and Leah Storin continue. They are in the lead in lanes 9 and 10 to the far right of your screen. And Project 1, Salt Lake City. Make sure you sign up. That's debuting in Utah on June 6th. Just scan that QR code on your screen as Storen gets to work with that barbell. And some good positioning from Leah Storen. Andra Moistis to the bottom of your screen. And just to the left of Leah Storen is Nicole Hare. Emily Rethwell now starting to make a move. Hare a little bit unstable with that barbell. Leah Storen solid as a rock. But don't worry about, oh, maybe too comfortable at the bottom there. I was going to say, don't worry about the movement standards. That squat is way deep.
Look at Andra Moistis there on the left of your screen. Her hands are all the way out to the collars. Really, really wide. That's going to be less stable, especially under fatigue, because the hands are so wide.
Mistake from Leah Storen just then, not rolling her barbell forward. Getting called back from her judge, Nicole Hare. Now jumping into the lead ahead of Andra Moistis and Leah Storen in third.
So another thing to look at, Tommy, just to say, we were saying Andra's hand positioning is so wide. It also requires so that your hands are not slipping out. It requires you to grip onto that barbell, which is going to affect the toes bar. Versus Leah Storen's narrow grip, you're going to be able to release that grip a little bit more. Just let that bar kind of rest in the palm and rest the grip for the toes bar. You can kind of see her kips starting to get a little bit longer.
Yeah, the timing is a little bit off now.
Yeah.
Usually when, you know, people are fresh, the timing of the firing of the hip and the toes following right after getting to the bar is very rhythmic and in sync. As that starts to get a little bit more disjointed, you see the hips fire, there's a delay, then the knees, yeah.
I kick.
Yeah. You're kind of like hoping that the toes get there at that point.
Leah Storen now 6 reps ahead of Nicole Hare. And now Andra Moistis. So Leah Storen coming back to the toe to bar in third, jumping straight back out in first again. Elena Karathala just chipping away in the middle. Everyone leaving her alone. They're on the outsides. Emily Rethwell. Let's see if she can push on this third round of the true form runner.
Got Sarah just finishing up her second round.
Karathala, part of every tour stop last year. Indianapolis, Mesa, and Copenhagen.
Just barely outside of that window of invites for the pro card. We're able to get a wild card invite for this first one to hopefully flip that on its head for this season.
Andra Moistis continuing. And one thing we haven't spoken about this morning yet already is the point spread. It's a very aggressive point system. And if you finish in 26th, it's going to give you 26 points, which is not a lot of points if you consider if you're winning, you're getting 100.
Yeah.
You see big point spreads at the top, really benefiting the athletes that are able to step up and put together a podium performance for each one of these individual workouts. And, you know, with the new point system set up, the points you earn in an individual workout are the points you take home with you for the entirety of the season. So.
Yeah. It's very much a winner's reward. So if you look at, we have 50 athletes competing. If you take first, you get 100 points. If you take second, it's 95. But by the time you're in 14th place, you're at 51 points. So you can have beat 2/3 of the field, but you're only getting half the points. And that it really goes to show that being in those, especially like a top 3, it's a winner's reward, but kind of staying in that top 10, you really are banking in those points. And once you're down below top 20, so if you're or bottom 4 or after the 14, sorry, you really, there's not a whole lot of spread in the point system. So I'm not going to say it doesn't matter, but if you're in the bottom of the field, it's not a huge difference. If you're in the top of the field, you are really going to be banking in those points, and they're going to reward you.
Well, Justin Medeiros did it for the games win and not winning a single event.
Yeah.
But just consistency in that top 5 the whole time. And yeah, but points is what everybody is after. And Copenhagen, mark it on the calendar.
It's kind of as an athlete, though, like looking at this as a coach, if you're competing in the WFP season, of really honing in on your strengths. You know, because very often, most athletes are trying to be very well-rounded. And of course you need to be well-rounded, but if you want to win, you need to be winning events. And anything that is your strength, you kind of need to double down on. You need to make sure, if you're a top 3, top 5 athlete in an event, you need to make sure that you can be in it to win it and really bank those points.
Tight battle, Storen still in the lead. Karathala taking a break, Moises taking a break, Rethwell making a move, Nicole Hare. That was a good push from Hare. Now into second. Moises with a couple to go. Rethwell now jumps into third.
Moises had to take a very long break there. Her shoulders the stability starting to break down at the end of that first set.
Leah Storen still well in control. Nicole Hare in second currently. Emily Rethwell third. Andra Moises to the far left in fourth. And Elena Karathala in fifth.
And we're just about 3 minutes to Bergos' top time from the previous heat. And based on the pace that these women have had on the runners so far, looks like that time will probably hold up.
Storen, the opportunity now just to push ahead. Give herself some breathing space as they head towards the final barbell. Storen that chalk in a bra top as well.
Clutch move to hide the chalk in places where you can just grab it and go.
Moises now to the true form runner. And your top 5 still battling. The lead changing numerous times. Storen's display. Minute down, you'd expect about another 2 minutes, maybe 2:10. Those shoulders, you mentioned before, Kat, just opening up.
So kind of allowing the stride to just naturally happen versus forcing it to happen. But of course, when you're this far into a workout, she's trying to finish, she's on the last round, you're going to tighten up because you're trying to put everything that you have left into it. You can kind of see that range of motion tightening up a little bit, versus if you look at Andra, she does look a lot more relaxed on the runner.
Emily Rethwell, what has she got in the tank to bring this home? Sigmundsdottir makes her way back from the overhead squats. Karathala, Rethwell in the center of your arena here at Drumsheds. There's Rethwell. Gave us some interesting ski erg movement last week. And
Sometimes you just got to do what you got to do.
That's it. Whatever works. Storen, the grimace on the face. Now, Has she got enough for 15 unbroken reps? Rethwell, Karathala in waiting. Wait for some judges' hands. Nicole Hare. And Storer now. She hasn't got long. She's got to get moving. Rethwell, judge hand in the air. Bergros still leading after 3 heats. "30 seconds away from our second place. Astrid Tind. And that right leg just buckling in a little bit. Rathwell getting the jump on Nicole Hare. Moist is coming to the bar as well. Rathwell could finish with a second position here if she picks up that barbell quick enough. Moistus gets to work first, but Storen coming from team competition and making sure the Krieger training group is on the map. Leah Storen, great finish. We're gonna have a tight finish. Nicole Hare, Andra Moistus, Emily Rethwell. Nicole Hare, 2 reps to go. Great work from Nicole, great bounce back. And done. With 30 seconds left on the time cap. Final rep for Rethwell. And she is gonna take third. Karathala just in. Finishing fourth. Moistus, the final set of overhead squats has really hurt. Amanda Fisher won't have enough time to get done. Nor will Moistus. Amanda Fisher punching out 3 quick reps. But Leah Storen, what a performance. And it was a battle.
Yeah, it didn't come easy for Leah Storen. We've seen some strong times thrown down in earlier heats, and she got a push side by side with the woman to her left and Nicole Hare, all the way down at the other end of the floor, and Andra Moistus. Moistus was one of the first athletes in the first round off of the runner. And despite a little slip up from Storen on one of the overhead squats, her consistency with the toes to bar was ultimately allowed her to create some separation. And by the time she got through the final run, she was all alone, able to put one of the top 5 times we've seen so far from heat number 3.
Leah Storen jumping from team to individual, and a great heat win. Let's go down to Lauren Smith with Leah Storen.
Leah, that was an incredible performance. Even at 22, you have battled so many injuries across your career. Is this year the year where we're finally seeing what a healthy and fit Leah Storen can do?
I hope so. I am the best that I've ever been, so this is just the beginning, but it's time to show what I can do when I'm healthy, so I'm really excited.
I know last year you didn't come through the challenges because you're working on getting experience and making the most out of doing local competition. How does the step up feel now you're finally on this floor?
It feels really surreal to be on the floor with some of the girls that I've looked up to for years. So no, it's an amazing experience, and I'm here to make the most out of it. So I'm enjoying every second. Yeah.
We cannot wait to see what you've got. Go and enjoy this with your Krieger friends.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, Lauren and Leah Storen. Performance to be proud of, and the only way is up, I reckon. Not too far away from bringing our second last heat onto the competition floor. Are we going to see anyone take on Bergris Bjornsdotter? Time of 17:48. It lays in waiting.
Put your hands together for your Pro Women Heat number 4. In lane number 10, Jani Chevalier, Canada. Lane number 9, Visa Caffey, United States. Lane number 8, Ella Wilkinson, United Kingdom. Lane number 7, Jennifer Muir, Scotland. Lane number 6, Hannah Black, United States. Lane number 5, Danny Spiegel, United States. Lane number 4, Manon Angones, Belgium. Lane number 3, Uda Luteberg, Norway. Lane number 2, Linda Caseman, Netherlands. And lane number 1, Vor Forman Mo, Norway. 1 minute, athletes.
Heat number 4, Elena Simons. And some very recognizable names across the first season of the World Fitness Project. Some athletes that really surprised us at certain times. Who is going to surprise us in Heat 4? This is London Pro 1.
4 rounds in total. Some toes to bar, some running, some deadlifting. Oh, sorry, some overhead squats. You see Jen Muir on your screen, one of the athletes that was able to start in the Challenger division and work her way towards one of those coveted pro cards. Fee Sagafi, and up and down 2025, hoping that she can get off on the right foot this season.
10 seconds. Stand by.
Underway for heat number 4, the first of our signed pro heats. Final heat not too far away, and are we going to see that time from Bergris Bjornsdotter hold 17:48? We'll keep you in touch with how pacing is going. And the blueprints presented by Trueform.
Yeah, to be successful in Pro 1, it's really going to take 1 set or 1 break. That's the max. Not going to be able to break much more and be able to maintain one of these top times with the toes to bar and the overhead squat. And then really attacking the middle 300 meters in each one of these sets on the Trueform. Obviously, for the first 100 and last 100, you're going to take stock and adjust to prepare for that transition, but the good runners will be able to stay consistent through that middle chunk.
And Janie Chevalier getting those knees up a little bit higher.
Got a little bit of a show pony kind of trot there.
A bit of dressage.
Yeah.
I think what we would like to see is her to lengthen the stride a little bit. She's a smaller athlete, so she's not already naturally not going to get a big stride. So I'd like to see her at least try to lengthen it a little bit and then kind of pull with the hamstring to try and get some speed to it.
More sparkles. Vortham and Mo close to screen. Ura Ludekvam.
I love how it's become a part of the new Norwegian culture that they show up with sparkles.
Vor and Uda, part of the contingent that really showed out at the very first tour stop in WFP season number 1. Kind of announced the arrival of the Krieger training crew and have kind of carried the flag ever since.
The originator of the curved treadmill, built for uncompromising performance. Just scan that QR code on your screen. Ludwig Vam. CrossFit Games team winner. Ludwig Vam. Vortham and Mo to the bottom of your screen. Ella Wilkinson to the top. Jen Muir joining Ella. Two ladies from the UK. Manon Agones. Focus is on. That's an interesting thing. Let's talk about that for a sec. And happened in a previous, where's your focus? Because Agnol, when he was going through his overhead squats, he was looking at the judge.
Yeah.
Where are you looking? Where are you focusing?
Honestly, if you can find a single spot, whether that is, you don't want to look too close in front of you because you're going to be eyeing down. You're going to want to have somewhere where at least your chin is kind of at parallel, and whether that's looking 10 meters ahead of you or if you pick a point in the crowd, sometimes it's hard because you don't want that person to move. You want a static object somewhere where you can just lock in and know that you can kind of have that stability.
I mean, you talk about that person in the crowd, you look at, they start looking back, it's a little bit awkward.
You kind of, you know when you kind of look at something but you gaze past it, that's kind of what you got to do.
Oh yeah, it was interesting from Agnol to actually focus on the judge.
Yeah.
And make sure he was getting all his reps done. For Thurman Mo in the lead. Ura Ludekvam not too far behind.
We got the Norwegians up the top.
But as you mentioned, Tommy, injecting these two ladies into competition last year, and obviously with Uda, with all of that experience in the Krieger team. But what an experience and that ride to go on through season 2025 and then come into season 2026. You know what's happening. Ella Wilkinson, currently in third, and we caught up with her earlier in the week.
So workout number 1, toes to bar, running and overhead squats. 2 of those movements I am very confident with. So it's just trusting my gymnastics ability and my running ability. Running events have always been pretty good for me. So obviously trying to just keep a strong mind there and push where I can. And then the overhead squats are a little bit more of a challenge. So just trusting that I'm good at the other 2 movements and that I can make the most of them and just try and keep those overhead squats unbroken.
Good planning. And we saw some good performances from Ella in season 2025. And it's got to be good to know that you are so close to home from Wigan, which is a couple of hours north of where we are right now, and you don't have to travel as far.
I mean, especially when most of the competitive season for a lot of the high-level competitions require people from the UK to have to travel long distances, to finally have one in your backyard is a big relief, right? And in many ways, you get to kind of see what some of the potential of what they're able to do in training every day when they get the benefits and comforts of home.
And then you add on to, like, her family is here. You know, now she can have her support system and her family come and watch and cheer her on. That's always so special as a competitor to have your people there.
Something else I'm going to throw at you, just random stuff that pops into my head from time to time. What are you wearing on the competition floor? You've got running, you've got toe to bar, and you've got overhead squats. If you look across the floor right now, we've got a good mix of leggings, we've got shorts, we've got tights, we've got different aspects. What is that something that comes into play?
Always, 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 always. So the first thing that you'd kind of look at is footwear. So a lot of these athletes are wearing pure running shoes. And we kind of, if you put shoes into like 4 categories, we have the typical like training shoe that's very flat, very solid. You don't want to run in that. Then you have the typical running shoe that very much propels you forward. It's not great for anything like below parallel lifting. We do have the kind of hybrid shoe that's kind of a little bit softer than the flat shoe, so it's okay to run in, and it's also pretty stable to lift in. That would be the shoe of my choice here, and then the fourth shoe is a pure lifting shoe, which is the hardest, flattest kind of shoe of them all. So that would be the first thing that I always think about. The second thing that I would think about is, do I want to wear shorts or do I want to wear leggings? And for me, if it's anything like a rope climb, or if it's a lot of barbell cycling, things that are going to touch my thighs, I would want to wear leggings. If it's a longer workout where it might get hot, you're going to want to wear shorts. And then it's the gear that athletes wear, and you kind of see some people like to I feel like they over gear a little bit. They want to wear the wrist wraps, the belt, the knee sleeves, the tape, and all of it, and sometimes it can just get in your way, and it takes time to think about all the equipment. So I would always try and get away with as little equipment as possible. So if you don't need the knee sleeves, don't use them, because they're going to restrict the blood flow in the running. You're going to want to use the grips because they're going to assist you on the toes to bar, things like that. So a lot of things to think about.
Wow, didn't I open a can of worms there? Anyway, let's head down to Lauren Smith.
Guys, well, that was a great conversation. Look, I've just sat here this entire time staring at Vortham and Mo. It's like I'm looking at a completely changed athlete. She had such a rough time in Copenhagen in December. She came in off the back of a little bit of sickness, and then she was telling me the other day she felt she really overtrained in the build-up. Throughout it, she just said she crumbled like a cookie. It was the worst competitive experience she's ever had. She turned to Kristen Holter multiple times through that weekend, asking her if she could withdraw. And it was just one of these, like, absolutely horrendous periods of time in her life. And look at her out there now. She's had some huge off-season changes, especially when it comes to nutrition. She's currently leading this heat, and she's looking like a totally different, confident athlete. And when she is confident, we know that she can be right up there at the top level of the sport. So I cannot wait to see her over the course of this weekend just grow into what we know she's capable of.
Thank you, Lauren. Big time. And looks like a little bit of pain face from Vortham and Mo just to the right-hand side. Udo Ludekvam on the left, looking a little bit more relaxed on the run. But the focus from Vor at the moment, it is eyes forward. And is that something you do? Do you focus on the next thing you're doing, the next implement, if it's the barbell with the overhead squats? Are you looking through what you're doing with the run and looking at the barbell and going through like a process in your head?
Yeah, I think you always need to be aware of what's coming next, just to know how hard you can push. You know, if the run is the last thing you do, yeah, by all means empty the tank, but knowing that you have overhead squats coming up, you do have to reserve a little bit. But there's also a time and place for it. So kind of how Tommy broke it down in the beginning, that there's the initial get on the runner, you know, get the runner going, settle in. And then you have the 300 meters there in the middle. That's where you're purely going to want to focus on the run. You're going to focus on your breathing, your strides, and nothing else. Once you get to those last 100 meters, that's where you kind of adjust. Like, do you need to pull back a little bit? And you start, do you want to chalk up? You start kind of focusing on the overhead squats, but only at the end of the run.
Plenty going on our competition floor here at Drum Sheds. We're in Tottenham, just in the north of London. Tour stop number 1. And the Krieger women, Udo Ludekvam, Vortham and Mo. Vor's going to be the first to move. She's in lane number 1 in the white and the black. And currently Norway versus Iceland. Norway currently leading.
Oh, by how much?
Kat's not very happy about it. Vortham and Mo finishing up. Wilkinson. Oh, how about that speed under the bar?
So strong.
And going back to what Lauren said and speaking to Kristen about Vor's season 2025, you're not going to have everything go your own way and things are going to fall apart, but how do you process that quick enough to turn it around into the next season?
Yeah. I mean, a full season's not exactly a quick turnaround, so but it happens, and that's just, it's the beauty of sport and it's the challenge of sport, is that sometimes you just hit a stride, everything feels good, your body feels good, your mind's in a great place, and you have a good season. And sometimes things just aren't going your way, and it's you have to sit in it, and you have to not allow yourself to give up. You have to know that better times will come. You have to keep going, and maybe just think about how to address. Is it a physical thing where we have to maybe pull back on volume? Is it a mental thing where we need to adjust our perspective? So very happy to see whatever was going on with her last year, that she's back and she has that fire and belief that I can be here.
Big time. Botham and Mo to the far left, to the far right in second now, Ella Wilkinson. And Uda Ludekvam in the maroon and black center screen. There's Ella. On pace now with Bergros Bjornsdotter.
So what I like about this workout, I feel like the leaderboard right now speaks to kind of the balance of it, because we have very different athletes. Bergros, who we saw crush this workout in heat number 2, and then Vor and Oda, they're all powerful athletes. So they're very good on the barbell, and they're having to kind of push the run. Ella is much more known for her running and needing to really work on the barbell, yet they're all kind of right within that rep of each other, which is very exciting. Great workout to start off with.
Ball with 3 reps remaining. Ella Wilkinson is looking like she may get off the totem bar first. As she does, your new leader. Vor not too far behind and has really got to start pushing this run and has a look over. And another factor, is that something you're aware of on the floor, where other people are if they're across the other side?
At this point, 100%. Yeah, you need to be. Like you could see, as soon as Ella dropped off of the toes to bar, immediately she looks to see where are they at. Do I have any lead? And that's for her to kind of gauge here, how hard am I going to go on the run?
And knowing how well she does run, Ella's going to be in a good position.
Yes, absolutely.
Wilkinson to the far right of your screen. Uda Ludekvam in third in the maroon and black.
And you kind of look at her stride length, it's really shortening up. But Ella looks like she's kind of loose and she's got those long strides.
Botham and Mo to the far left of the arena here at Drum Sheds, and to the left of your screen. And I'm not sure if it's a grimace or not. I'm sure at this stage
She doesn't look too comfortable.
At this stage of the workout, I don't think it's going to be comfortable at all.
If you're comfortable, you went too slow.
That's
I think
right.
that's a good way to put it.
Bjornsdotter getting off the true form runner at 16:50. That is a minute 10 from now. And the shakeout from Wilkinson. And it looks as though she doesn't want to look at her display. She's looking everywhere else but.
You don't want to look down too soon, because if you look down too soon, you're like, oh, dang, I have so much left.
It's also nice if you do wait long enough and you look at, oh, look how far I've gone. No surprise here.
Fisagafi, Anna Black onto the run as well. Janie Chevrolet. Manon Agones makes her way back. And Vor is going to come off second to Ella Wilkinson. Knee sleeves come up, the focus is on. This will be a good hit for the UK. Should Ella Wilkinson get through first. Bjornsdotter still with the fastest time, getting off the true form runner. Wilkinson at 16:55. Wilkinson looking very comfortable. Botham and Mo And this will be a great result and a great bounce back from season 2025. Oh, this is going to be tight. Wilkinson, can she hang on? The final 3, she is going to get the quickest time overall. Vore potentially could get under that as well. Wilkinson, heat win, fastest time, 17:43. Thurman Moe, we'll have to have a look at that. It's either going to be equal to Bjornsdotter or just slower. Linda Casemont in the background, who didn't take the field of play. Ludekvam. Hannah Black.
Hannah Black fought her way up.
Hey, the former track athlete, don't worry about the weightlifting. That was for you, Tim. Had a good chat to boyfriend Tim the other day. And he said people just don't know she was a track athlete. Fisagafi, top of your screen. Hannah Black, that's a great result for her. And she said look out for her in season 2026. Be scared.
Yes, ma'am.
Dani Chevrolet in next, and Ludekvam just losing a little bit of time on that last run. Fisagafi will be next done. Great to see Fee back fit and healthy once again. If you had told Vore Thurman Moe after Copenhagen this is where she would have placed, I'm sure she would have taken it.
Yeah. She might not have believed you at the time.
30 seconds left. Fee will be next finished. Jen Muir coming home strong as well. Final rep, Fisagafi. Oh.
I was just about to say I was so happy to see Fee, and even though she failed her last rep, but so happy to see her back out here. Had that shoulder injury at the end of last year, so to be having this heavy weight overhead, plus all the toes to bar,
Oh, Jen Muir just missing that time cap, but getting all the work complete. Fisagafi, 1 rep remaining. But Ella Wilkinson, what a performance. And again, a good display of patience and perseverance.
Yeah, it hasn't always been the athlete that's out front right away. You know, there are obviously exceptions to that, but a lot of times for some of the top performances we've seen so far from heat to heat, we've seen it as long as you're in that first, 2 to 3, you're within striking distance, especially if you're a good runner like Vore Thurman Moe and Ella Wilkinson. There's going to be an opportunity late in the workout to strike, and that's what Ella did on that final set of toes to bar, pulling into the lead overall, able to fend off the Norwegian contingent on those last overhead squats.
Impressive performance from Ella Wilkinson. She is standing by with Lauren Smith.
Ella, you told me earlier in the week that you're going to have to rely on your strengths, the toes to bar and the running, and just keep your fingers crossed on the overhead squats. It's safe to say, do you think you defied your own expectations in that workout?
Yeah, like massively. I feel like doing the overhead squats in quarterfinals with like 20 kilos lighter, I did struggle for the 20 reps. So I was like, to do 4 sets of 15 at that, I'm really happy. Yeah, it was like push the toes to bar, push the run, and then save enough in the arms for the overhead squat.
Now, you've had a big coaching team change since we last saw you. How is that getting the best out of you?
So I'm with the Brute crew now, and they're honestly incredible. Just being around incredible athletes day in, day out at the minute, and I'm training in Worcester now, so a great opportunity to train with the likes of Amy and Harry and everything like that. So just a really good environment, and yeah, everyone there is so supportive and incredible. And obviously Fraser is an incredible coach, so I'm really grateful.
It's the beginning of a long weekend, but it's a long weekend in front of a home crowd. What does it mean to be on the stage in front of all of these Londoners, the British public, being, of course, from the UK yourself?
It's the best. Not to be biased, but the European crowd is the best crowd, so wouldn't want to do it anywhere else.
Handstand walking up next, pirouettes, a little bit of you.
Bit of me, just try to be disciplined on the rope, but can't wait to pirouette.
Amazing work out there. It was great to watch.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Ella Wilkinson. Love the way they talk. Blair Cheney. There we go. We got some more. The north of England. Our fifth and final heat coming to the floor. Stand by.
Lane number 10, Emily Rolfe, Canada. Lane number 9, Lydia Fish, United States. Lane 8, Olivia Kerstetter, United States. Lane 7, Ariel Lowen, United States. Lane 6, Laura Howard, Hungary. Lane number 5, Amy Kringle, United Kingdom. Lane 4, Emma Tall, Sweden. Lane 3, Sydney Wells, United States. Lane 2, Andrea Solberg, Norway. Lane 1, Sydney Mikulishin, Canada.
Our fifth and final heats hitting the competition floor, our lane assignments. And there's going to be some ladies ready with a point to prove for season 2026. London Pro 1.
A good way to prove it is by ripping these toes to bar, ripping the run, and ripping these overhead squats. 4 rounds in total. A good way to kick things off for these top-ranked women.
Your World Fitness Champion from 2025, Laura Horvath.
And the woman that tied her in points, remember it came down to a tiebreaker, Amy Kringle.
I'm loving her trajectory.
And then an athlete to watch, Emily Rolfe. 2025 wasn't the year I think she anticipated, but when it comes to running, she's one of the best in the sport. Throw some toes to bar, also going to be strong for her. How does she handle the heavy barbell?
Underway, the final 20 minutes of Pro 1 for 2026 at Tour Stop 1. It is the London Pro from the Drum Sheds in Tottenham in the north of London. Great to have you company wherever you're joining us. The Blueprints presented by Trueform.
Well, I think for these top women, it's going to be stay unbroken as far as you can. If you have to break on the toes to bar, one planned break and then be done with it. And then they're going to have to really push that middle section of the run. You know, you get on the runner, the first 100 meters, you're taking stock, where's your pace? That middle 300 is where you're going to really have to hammer it and be prudent in your pacing.
No surprise to see Andrea Solberg off those toe to bar very quickly. But Emily Rolfe, one of the top 3 athletes off the toe to bar.
Yeah, and if you remember back to 2021, there was a test at the games that was running and toes to bar. Emily won that. And that was kind of her announcement as, you know, one of those top tier athletes, the ability to hit home runs. A little bit different. There's been some time between now and then, but she's consistently performed well in running tests. Question is, where's her health? How is she recovering after competing for multiple weekends in a row? What does she have left in the tank at this point?
I think the biggest question for me for her on this event would be her elbow from last year, because this is quite a weight to hold overhead for a long time, and seeing if the elbow holds up, I believe she can do very well in this workout.
She also had a little bit of a back issue too that flared up kind of out of the blue. She wasn't able to really even pick up a barbell for a good chunk of the season, and, you know, thought she might be able to grit through it, but
yeah,
you know, we just weren't able to really see her kind of drop the restrictor plate and really let it fly. One thing that I was really happy to see last season, and that was indicative of Laura when she's in top form, is her running prowess come back. When she first broke onto the scene in 2018, she was a tremendous runner, specifically in mixed modality tests. There were points in time where she just didn't look comfortable running. And last year, we really got to see her kind of get back into that form when it came to the running workouts.
Yeah. And that's a bit of a scary Laura when she starts running workouts. And
how is this going to shake out? Amy Kringle is going to be the first athlete off. And talk about athletes with points to prove.
I mean, Amy was the best performer of any athlete in the World Fitness Project season last year when it came to the 3 running tests that were included across all 3 tour stops. Her trajectory, as you mentioned, Jeremy, just continues to climb. And I think really everyone's excited to see where that peak can truly grow to.
Solberg down to the bottom of your screen in all black, looking good with her overhead squats with Amy Kringle. She didn't move her knee sleeves up. Whether or not she's saving those for later rounds, I'm not sure. Maybe just an oversight.
she might just have it there just in case, but honestly, in a competition like this, she might just be hustling to continue to move and completely forget about it.
I mean, that was almost a full-on run back to the barbell. There was no question about Amy's intentions there with that transition.
The WFP app is your all-in-one hub for everything World Fitness Projects, update, schedules, and announcements all in one place. Download the WFP app now on the App Store or scan that QR code on your screen. Kringle, definitely not messing around. And speaking to her yesterday, very relaxed, very calm. No real anxiety or tension, which is a good thing, obviously, going into competition. Did you find that when you were going to certain competitions, your anxiety would peak more than others?
Yeah, I think for sure on like competitions that matter more to you, you're going to be more nervous. And I think nerves can be good and they can be bad. And I think it's just challenging them in a way and phrasing them to yourself in a way that they're there because it matters to you, and that's okay.
The Sydney Wells continues. We caught up with Amy Kringle during the week. This is what she had to say.
Workout number 1. So I haven't actually practiced the whole thing. My coach and I have done like intervals of it. Normally we do practice most workouts, but it's quite a lot on the wrist, on my wrist. So yeah, if I can, I love toes to bar, I love running, so I just need to tackle the overhead squats. So need to get through them. I know I can do it unbroken, so that will be the goal, and if I do, I will be very happy with that. So toes to bar fast, run faster, and then see if I can hold on to this barbell. That'll be great.
Young lady from the Isle of Man. Let's hear more from Lauren Smith.
Cheers, guys. I've just been chatting to Will Kane, who is Amy's training partner / coach, and they're comparing Ella and Amy over the last 2 heats. So Ella was in fact 45 seconds longer on her second round than her first. She had an incredibly quick first round. Amy has not done that. She's been way more consistent through, but it's just really interesting seeing the balance of how these two ladies are comparing against each other. But Amy looking super consistent right now and hopefully about to take on her current teammate to the finish line.
Thank you, Lauren. And the battle continues. This is the final heats of Pro 1. We're going to take a break shortly after this, get back to our OTP crew at the desk, and then get back to team competition. But it is everything on the line, and all these ladies wanting to start off the first tour stop with a great Pro 1 finish. Kringle in front, Sydney Wells, Andrea Solberg just to the back left of screen, and Laura Horvath as well.
You see how wide Amy's grip is. I mean, juxtapose that with Andrea Solberg right there, almost directly overhead in a jerk position. You heard Amy in her pregame discussion of this workout mention the wrist, right? Well, the wider you go there, the sharper angle that wrist is going to have to sit at under tension with the overhead squat. So her hand positioning is only going to add more stress and tension.
It would benefit Amy massively if she could hold that narrow grip like we see Andrea Solberg doing. But we've also seen in previous years, she really does struggle with her overhead mobility. So whether it was single arm dumbbell overhead squat, she needs to rotate a lot to really get that depth with that arm overhead. Whereas Andrea can just get that directly. That's the narrowest grip we've seen so far. But it's so beneficial for the grip and for the overhead stability, just pressing up into that bar.
Solberg continues. Wells, Kringle, Horvath, Emily Rolfe. Don't forget about her all the way down there in lane number 10. Kringle, 15 seconds quicker than Ella Wilkinson. You go into a workout and you know the time to beat, you know the splits to beat. Is that your focus? Do you want to come away with a win on every single one, or do you want to stay consistent?
No, it's very hard to be that aware constantly, because if you're worrying about the time and your pacing and your workout and the competitors around you, at least for me, I think it's good to be aware of what the time is that you're trying to beat. But when you go onto the floor, you're not going to be thinking of it until when you're on the run on the fourth round. I think you need to check the clock, see, can you get in under that time? Are you close to that time? Do you need to take a risk or not? So yes, be aware of it, forget it until you're kind of in that, you're close to finishing the workout.
I'm learning so much today.
You'll be on the floor next year, Jeremy.
No, I will not. As Danielle described us, we're old people.
Old people.
That's why we sit up here. Kringle, Solberg currently leading, but it's going to be a tight race. Laura and Emily Rolfe in there as well. Sydney Wells in the orange and black. She's in lane number 3. Kringle. Determination on the face. And just ahead of the split times currently from Ella Wilkinson. End of this round for Ella Wilkinson was 12:44. We know Andrea is going to do very well with some handstand pirouetting coming up. But first, get through our first workout of our first day. Wait for some judges' hands. Kringle's judge signifying she is next closest. Keep your eyes on lane number 2 with Andrea Solberg as well. Solberg's judge, hand in the air. Your top 2 still your top 2. The battle for 3rd continuing. Lydia Fish ticking away on that 3rd round. Laura finishing 3rd. Lydia Fish now jumping into 4th.
Yeah, Lydia Fish made a huge move on that last round.
I was very impressed with Lydia Fish's 2025.
Very much a breakthrough year.
Yeah, she might have been one of the athletes that
So I think something to kind of take note of too is how much have these athletes like been question is she going to do what she said she wanted to do? Can she go unbroken?
17:42. The time to beat. Under 2 minutes. Kringle. No doubting she would have put a little bit more into this final run. Solberg now. The judge's hand in the air, but it is going to be Kringle to get off first. What has Lydia Fish done in this fourth round? Put herself in a position. Laura Horvath is coming, but Kringle hasn't got time to mess around. Andrea Solberg not too far away. Lydia Fish now.
Ooh, look at the transition from Andrea, much faster. No room for error here for Amy Kringle.
This is going to be a tight one.
Wow, impressive by Andrea.
Andrea had a quick foot shuffle at the top with 2 reps remaining. Amy went for it, immediately dove back down into that last rep, just the littlest of margins.
That's all it's got to be.
Oh, that's just fantastic.
But important for Lydia Fish to jump underneath the time from and the youngster finishing up with 30 seconds left on our time cap. But Kringle had to empty the tank and did.
And that's just another gear of competitiveness that we're seeing from Amy as she has kind of risen through the ranks here in the women's division. You know, that comes from being comfortable just in the pocket there with some of those races that you see from some of the top women when you're really pushing the margins of performance here on the competition floor. And, you know, Amy was out front fairly early on. It was her, Andrea Solberg. Laura Horvath was in the mix. We got a good push from Lydia Fish. And going into that last round, it was all going to come down to how could she hold onto the overhead squats in that race between her and Andrea Solberg. That was just phenomenal. Amy Kringle just edges her out to the finish line.
What a finish we did have to our 5th and final heat of our ladies. And our winner standing by with Lauren Smith.
Amy, you just said you weren't expecting that to be that bad. When you read that, did you just think that was going to be a walk in the park?
Maybe because I didn't test the whole thing. I just did like 4 sets of toes to bar run. overhead squats, so I didn't know it was that fatiguing. But yeah, whoever wants to try that and have a really nice time, then go ahead.
You don't recommend. Look, that sprint to the finish line was something else. It gave you no room for error on those overhead squats. How much confidence do you now have in your wrist that it can be sustained over those kind of efforts?
Yeah, so last time in December I was struggling with a nagging wrist, so I treated it all over Christmas and the New Year, and I can now do the movement without pain, so that's a win. It's not the prettiest, but still it's a win. So yeah, the way I'm able to train now, doing that movement, makes me happy. Yeah, I just need to fix the position now. One thing after the next.
Look, off the back of last year, you missed out on taking the title by a tie break. How much fire does that give you coming into a new season of the World Fitness Tour, plus opening in London?
Yeah, well, the first tour, the second tour, I took the win on the first one, so I need to make it a thing. That's why I did that little sprint finish. But yeah, I just need to make sure that doesn't happen again. No tie breaks.
Kringle's coming.
Yeah, hopefully. Maybe like that every time.
Amazing workout there. Go get some rest.
Yeah, I'll see you at 7 p.m.
Thank you, Lauren, and great finish from Amy Kringle. And our heat results, Kringle, oh, it was close. That's how close it was.
A little bit of deja vu. The first season of World Fitness Project started with an Amy Kringle win in tour stop number 1. Year 2, first tour stop, another Amy Kringle win.
The thing that doesn't surprise me there is that she's been so consistent and really coming in and solidifying herself not only as one of the best, but truly as a top contender every single time.
Yeah, and you even just the change in mindset, right? You heard her down there in the interview. Hey, not going to try and leave it up to a tie break this time. I feel like maybe a year ago, 2 years ago, you might have been a little bit less confident in her presentation of that, and it seems like she's starting to hit in the overdrive mode where, you know, eyes down, head forward, let's go for it.
Some impressive performances in that one, especially Lydia Fish coming back late, but Bergros Bjornsdotter, hey, she was top.
She was up there.
She was way up. She was way up.
You were right.
She wasn't top 3, but she was in contention. But what a performance from her!
Incredible performance. Also, just to see that this typically has not been in her wheelhouse. And in her interview, you saw how happy she was, saying she's basically done nothing else but running for 2 to 3 years. I'm sure that's an exaggeration, but she truly has been running so much. And to have that pay off and to have her kind of debut here be so great, I'm sure she's very excited.
Oh, for sure. And that's probably going to wrap it up for us here. We're going to throw it over to the On the Pulse team at the desk right now, and we're going to be back later on with our Elite 2 workout, which is coming here from the drum sheds. And what a morning it's been, but we'll be back here very soon. On the Pulse, Derek and the team.
It all began with a jump rope in 2015. It was tangled, plastic, and poorly adjusted. We knew we could do better, and so we did. We built our first prototype by hand. It worked. It made a difference. Our first double unders made a big impact. We felt the joy of success for the first time, and it felt magical. From there, our mission became clear: to facilitate the joy of success for athletes around the globe. Since then, we've focused on one thing: improving what others overlook. Engineering and innovation are our tools.
Annie?
I think it was exactly what we wanted to see. We wanted to see a fight to the end. We wanted to see the leaderboard changing right on those final overhead squats. We never want to see anyone failing any reps, but it did end up happening, and seeing that change, shift, and how important it is, no matter where you are, like what heat you're in, we're seeing it matters that you push all the way to the finish, like we always know. But I think this was the perfect start to Tour Stop 1.
I have to agree with you, Annie, and I think for a first workout of the weekend as well, there was so much carnage on that competition floor and across the finish line. It was a very, very grippy workout, and not to get ahead of myself, but I'm really interested to see how that's going to play out this evening with what's to come.
I mean, Annie, you talked about pacing being such a massive part to this first event. It's our longest event of the whole weekend, 20-minute time cap. And Amy, there in the final heat, is the only athlete to have won round 1 and also won the workout. So what we saw in, in the men's division, just these kind of constant battles and changing of the baton between leaders, second and third, and some sneaky people just coming in the last, in the final.
Pacing now, where do you think was the biggest separator? Was it the bike? Or excuse me, yeah, was it the bike or was it the run? Excuse me, was it the runner or was it the overhead squats?
It depended on the person. That's why I think this was a really well-balanced workout. You had the best runners that the best in it, as long as they were able to move the bar properly. So obviously, if you struggle with a bar, that is
Who wants to be atop the sport? How about we just get a little, why don't we just get started a little early, shall we? And he takes the event win here on the men's side of things. We'll also take a look at the standings while we talk about the men as well, but he obviously took the
think, you know, when you take down, and this is not a one-on-one competition, right? This is, you've got 50 men, 50 women all competing, but, you know, as a younger athlete who's, you know, maybe sitting mid-table most of the time, you know, wanting to be at the top, when you take down big names, you know, at the start of a workout and you scalp in those victories, massive confidence builders that, you know, he's going to take into the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, we talk about how big 100 points is for this competition, especially with the new scoring. Some of the other people we talked about this morning, Ty Jenkins, he ends up finishing 4th, the youngster. What do we like about him today?
Well, I think it was great for him to actually have Chris Ibarra there pushing in the end. Ty was a stronger runner, and then Chris went on the overhead squat. And I think because they had that race, they both ended up finishing, 4th and 6th place in that workout. Obviously, this is a great start for Ty. I think he knew he was going to do good on that run. I think he was expecting the overhead squat to be even easier, but he ended up managing to finish it strong.
Yeah, I mean, he moves so well with that barbell, the overhead squatting position. He just, you know, I'm always looking, I don't know if you guys do this as well, but you're kind of trying to read the athletes and like, who's going to drop off, who's going to maintain it. One thing I always look at is like body language, facial expressions, like is there grimacing, you know, is the bar shaking and the arms wobbling? He just looked really solid. You could just kind of tell after round 2, he's got a plan, he's executing the plan, and he's probably going to do just fine.
I think it was just frustration that maybe as soon as you see the person next to you that is like a little bit shorter, moving faster, narrower grip, you're like, I at least know that feeling. You're like, my God, just stay calm, do your thing, and you'll take it on the next station.
Yeah.
Yeah. Pip, you were following the challengers for a little bit, but also earlier this morning you were mentioning the Greek contingent, and we saw Yorgos Karavis end up finishing 5th overall in this one, taking his You talked about Amy having confidence after going toe-to-toe with Laura Horvath last year and finishing in 2nd place, and she comes out with an event win here. It's a good start for her.
What a way to start. Like you said, Amy managing to win this workout, and I know that we knew she's a solid runner. You did call it, Ed. Such a good runner. She is so good on the toes to bar. That was also a separator for her on this workout. And then it was the overhead squat, and her goal was just to be able to go unbroken on the overhead squats, and she would be happy. She did that. I think she can be very, very happy. Andrea Solberg, she did have a maybe more comfortable overhead position, same as we saw with Chris Ibarra, that like more narrower grip. But she was close to catching her, but I'm happy for Amy that she managed to stick it out. Also with that wrist injury going in, I don't think she needs to worry about that anymore.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the team caught up with her and asked her, you know, what have you been working on in this offseason? We talked about it before, you know, what have the athletes been doing in the offseason? Are we going to see new versions of these people? And she is very honest about the areas of her game that she wants to work on. She wants to work on her overhead mobility. You know, she got She found out, the dumbbell overhead squats in the finals last year really exposed an opportunity for her to improve. And so she's been working hard on that. She's been working hard on Olympic lifts, and she's been working hard on squatting and hinging. So literally, all those things came into the kind of question mark movement for her in this workout, which was the overhead squats, and doing 4 sets of 15 unbroken. She said she was really happy that she was able to do that, and so she should be.
I think she made a statement with that workout win. I think any doubt that anybody had about areas that she has been weaker in, she's shown that she's been doing the work, and I think everybody needs to be afraid.
Yeah, and we saw Laura Horvath, she finished in 3rd, so she's right there in good position for the weekend as well. But we were talking about some youngsters earlier, or some up-and-coming names. One, the challenger winner, Leah Storen, coming into the event. She ends up winning her heat. She finished with a time of 19 minutes total. But what did we see from her? And then we saw someone spending their first time out of the U.S. in Blair Cheney, who wins her heat, and had a little fun and said the best part of her trip so far was hearing the English speak. But,
Well, like you said, I think this was a phenomenal start for some of those challengers coming in. Like Bergros, I actually have known her for a few years. She's competed as a teen at the games, and now having a 6th place finish in a workout that has running in it, that is phenomenal for her. She has been working so hard on her running for like 2 years, but lately I think she's running like multiple working. She made a statement with finishing in 11th place here.
It's always cool when you're an athlete who has something that is such a stand-out advantage. And in her case, weightlifted for Team USA. She's been weightlifting her whole life. That's actually what brought her to CrossFit in the first place. And this is very reminiscent of like Matt Fraser and his journey, when you got something that's so good and you can afford to almost step away from that thing completely. And she's like, I never weightlift anymore. And this was still, there was a weightlifting element in this workout, that still, was a big contributing factor, but she's been working really hard on her engine. And as you said, that was a massive separation in this workout. And, she's clearly retained enough strength to still be really competitive with moderate to mod heavy loads.
I'm told that we have the women's standings after the first event, so we can take a look at that. But I also want to point out something we talked about at the beginning of the day as well. Right now, obviously, Amy Kringle sitting atop the leaderboard right now with 100 points, followed by Andrea Solberg, Laura Horvath, Lydia Fish, Ella Wilkinson. But we're seeing names like Bergros, Bjornsdottir, Var Thurman Moe, Astrid Trend, some challengers in the top 10, which is different from how we started last year because, again, points were different, all workouts were different, etc. Now we're seeing a situation where challengers now immediately can make an impact on this leaderboard.
Absolutely, and that should scare some of the pros. Obviously, it's a game and it's a long one. It's one event out of multiple events this season. But some of the pros that are maybe finishing lower than expected, like on the male side, we had James Sprague. Maybe it's a jet lag that's hitting him, or I know he was competing last weekend. I don't think he needs to be afraid, but every single event, you're losing points, and challengers might be grabbing onto those points that you're losing.
Yeah, the mental component really does come in there because
to here in London as well. But we got 100 more points left on the table for the individual side of things. It's still very early on, so the leaderboard's going to change a ton throughout the course of the weekend. But what an exciting start to the day so far in terms of competition. But we are going to wrap it up for now. We're going to come back in just a little bit, and we're going to preview London Pro 2. So for Ed Haynes, Pip Malone, Annie Thorsdottir, I'm Derek Forrest. We will see you in just a little bit.
It all began with a jump rope in 2015. It was tangled, plastic, and poorly adjusted. We knew we could do better, and so we did. We built our first prototype by hand. It worked. It made a difference. Our first double unders made a big impact. We felt the joy of success for the first time, and it felt magical. From there, our mission became clear: to facilitate the joy of success for athletes around the globe. Since then, we've focused on one thing: improving what others overlook. Engineering and innovation are our tools.
Morning.
You ready?
Are you ready? Come on!